You can file online or through the mail. If you've kept your receipts, you can qualify for up to $500 back. If not, you can get up to $25, and the deadline to apply is June 5th. If, understandably, you have not kept your receipts for the past 5 years, you can try to retrieve them on Walmart's website.
Customers can go to WalmartWeightedGrocerySettlement.com to see if they are eligible for a settlement payment. Your money at this moment, the Dow is up 67 points at this hour at 38,971. Coming up, we'll get a look at this forecast. Did Andy say he saw snow this morning? I thought we were done with that, but we'll check it just ahead. KSL News Time is 9:02.
News doesn't just mean information or dates.
It's the story of our local history being told in real time.
Be a part of the story. This is Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
We hope to be a part of your story. We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
It's complicated. These days, that's how people even describe their relationship status. When it comes to the latest complexities in your car, it's gotten really complicated. The experts at AMCO undergo the most rigorous training to stay on top of the latest car technologies, so there's nothing we can't fix. Well, except for that complicated relationship. When it comes to that, you're on your own. AA, MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free.
When it comes to your electrical system, do you know the warning signs to look for? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and it's okay if you don't know, but here are a few things that you might not even realize could be a sign of a bigger problem. Wall plates that are hot to the touch, discoloration around switches or outlets, if you hear crackling or popping or buzzing around switches or outlets, a breaker that trips a lot, switches that feel loose when you operate them, if your lights dim or flicker when a major appliance comes on, if your plugs fall out of the wall easily. You know, you're not supposed to have to bend the prongs out on a plug just to get it to stay in the wall. If you notice any of these things, you should consider having a licensed electrician check your system out. If you don't know anyone, Any Hour Services has put together a radio-only special for any homeowners listening. One of our licensed electricians will perform a comprehensive electrical inspection and give you a full written report for only $29. But you have to mention this ad when you call. To schedule your comprehensive electrical inspection by a licensed electrician for only $29, call Any Hour Services at 801-443-7300. That's 801-443-7300. Any Hour Services.
Are you ready to start your journey as a small business owner? Ready to start something bold? Something groundbreaking? Utah is the startup capital of the world, and we're setting a new global standard for innovation and entrepreneurship. So if you're thinking about starting a new business or looking to grow an existing business, this is where you'll find the resources to make it happen. Visit startup.utah.gov today and start something here.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. And here's Heather Kelly.
Well, things are looking pretty good all across the Wasatch Front, but we still have a few areas of slowing northbound I-15 coming out of Utah County through Bluffdale and Draper, again in Murray, and right into downtown Salt Lake City. But that's the only delay I see on the I-15 corridor northbound or southbound right now. Beat the spring cleaning rush and call Zero Res. Get 3 rooms plus a hallway zero resified for $99. Visit zerores.com and book your appointment today. Zero Res. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Temperatures will climb up to the 60s and 70s this week. Friday will hit 76. Right now it's 37 degrees. I'm Amanda Dixon from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic,
Your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
I am extremely hopeful that this
Nothing I can do, a total eclipse of the heart,
is the biggest thing to happen in the United States today. We just need a really good day, and for this to be the only story of the day.
It's kind of nice to have something to take your mind off all the stresses. This is a fun thing, right? And in some places, it's a religious experience. It's 9:06. It's time for the launch.
Sequence engaged.
And here are the 3 things that Debbie wants you to know.
Countdown. 3.
What happened yesterday? Boeing keeping the FAA in business. Can't seem to go a week without an incident. Certainly has me rethinking which airlines I use this summer to avoid a Boeing plane. I got to be honest with you. I'm booking some trips. It may be without Boeing. So there's a metal engine cover that flipped off a Southwest Airlines flight out of Denver, hit the wing during takeoff. The pilot's tone, Dave, as he radioed back to the tower, it's almost like, hey, it's happening again, guys.
3695, no problem. Fly present heading. Do you need to run checklist?
Yeah, we're going to need some time. For now, everything's okay. And we don't even know the nature of it, but apparently several passengers and flight attendants heard something loud hit the wing, so we're just going to take our time, get set up, and be ready to go. Thank you.
It always cracks me up anytime you hear a pilot talking about disaster or something that's dangerous. They are as calm as can be. But I think what has changed over the years is the fact that we all have windows, we all have phones, and we're recording all of this. Anytime anything happens, I wonder if there's a little bit of Jaws effect going here. Remember when Jaws came out and then nobody's going in the water? Nobody's swimming. There's always been sharks in the water. There's always been airplane issues, right? How much of this is just a run of bad luck and how much is genuinely a disaster right now for Boeing?
Countdown. 2.
If you weren't with us over the weekend, wow, you missed an just incredible run. Lots of specials airing here during General Conference weekend right here on KSL News Radio. And Dave and I took an in-depth look at understanding bipolar disorder. And so we're going to continue our coverage. Kyler had bipolar disorder. It's about Kyler Effinger. He's the 30-year-old Park City resident, died first day of the new year was the final day of his life as he breached an emergency exit at Salt Lake International Airport and then ran to that plane that was ready for takeoff. Well, his dad spoke to us in depth for our special on Saturday at noon. And today at 10:05, a psychiatrist from Huntsman Mental Health will join us live in studio as we continue our conversation to understand more about what Kyler and others are going through and have gone through.
If someone had just put his arm around him and said, "Hey, buddy, looks like you're having a bad day. Can we help?" I think it could have saved his life.
At 10:05, a psychiatrist from Huntsman Mental Health Institute or Health will join us to continue this conversation as we try to understand and manage bipolar disorder. And one of the things that stood out to me was his dad talking about the dangers of self-medication with drugs and alcohol.
Launch countdown. 1.
That sounds kind of ominous. The path of totality. But that's what Americans are chasing today as a total eclipse will hit in just a few hours.
Now, if you're looking at a map of the United States, imagine it's a clock, the path of totality. It starts at basically 7 o'clock and then it goes up to 1 o'clock. So Texas to Maine.
Dave and Dujanovic.
The launch.
Commence.
Dave and Dujanovic. Special coverage of the top national story.
32 million Americans, Dave, live in the path of totality.
You got to say it like this, the path of totality.
But I'm sure that number swelled today. Probably maybe it's like 132 million Americans now camping out in the path of totality.
Road trip.
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised this number is so low that it's estimated between 2 and 7 million folks traveled to see the total solar eclipse. And the word total is key here.
It's pretty wild. We have friends that are coming to meet us here from New Jersey.
This is kind of a gee whiz moment for me. I think it's cool. Do I move heaven and earth? Do I move my family around to go see it? Maybe not, but for others, it's a religious experience. In fact, 6 prisoners in New York, they sued for the right to watch the eclipse on the basis of religious significance. And this is all sorts of religions: a Baptist, a Muslim, a Seventh-day Adventist, 2 practitioners of Santeria, and an atheist. So it has significance outside of just that cool gee whiz moment for me.
Did they win?
They did.
They won.
Well,
Okay.
they agreed to drop the lawsuit as long as they could watch it.
Oh, that's an easy. Yeah. That's a no-brainer,
They're
right?
like, all right.
So I think this is a big deal because there's so few things anymore that bring us together and connect us. So that is really the one thing I was thinking about today. I was listening to Utah's Morning News on my drive in and their coverage. I thought, how special is it that people have just like put everything on hold, taken vacation days, and traveled to the path of totality, which, as you said, starts in Texas. So if you want to be the first one through the wall, you have to be at that southern border, Mexico, that, shares Texas and Mexico share. And then it'll come over the United States through, let's see, Dallas and then Indianapolis. And it does travel through you'll see it in Little Rock, Arkansas, and as you said, all the way up to Maine. So some major municipalities really in that total eclipse section, which is key here because the total eclipse is pretty rare, right? Eclipses aren't that rare. We experienced one here not too long
last
ago.
Year.
Yeah. But the total eclipse is really what is the rare part of this.
Yeah, and they're rare in the sense that it passes over the ocean a lot of times or very, remote parts of the world. The fact that it's passing right over the United States, that's really what makes it so rare. If you miss today, the total eclipse today, the next one, don't worry, you'll see it in August of 2044. That's the next time you'll have a total eclipse passing over the United States.
Would you take a video of it, or would you just soak it up, Dave?
Video. I'm a video guy, 100%.
I think it's tricky, though. Here's America in the Morning's Chuck Palm to explain.
If you're viewing the solar eclipse today, it's a good idea to protect your eyes, but also be sure to protect your cameras. If you're like most people, you're probably taking pictures of the eclipse with your smartphone. NASA has posted a few tips to make it easier and make sure you don't damage your equipment. Just like your eyes, you're going to need a solar filter for your camera. The paper glasses you use to view a solar eclipse can be used right over the lens. Be sure to set your phone camera to autofocus and only use zoom if you have an actual optical zoom lens. Remember to turn off your flash during totality and set your split-second burst timer to capture the most amazing photos of the solar diamond ring. If your camera has a brightness feature, turn it all the way down and edit your photo later to achieve the proper brightness level. One final tip, don't point your camera at the sun for too long, as the lens could be damaged, just like your eyes.
That's what happens. You have to make sure that the sensors don't get nuked and all of a sudden your expensive $1,000 camera, it's not going to totally ruin it, but enough you'll have maybe some artifacts from that
There
camera.
were so many things that he listed off. I was like, forget it. I don't even want to.
Make sure it's in autofocus. Make sure you cover it up with a filter.
I'll rely
Make sure
on the photo geniuses to post photos to their social media
Not
or to
the same,
web.
Deb.
Yeah, I would
you wanna
rather
have your own.
Personally, I'd rather just soak it in and be in the moment than worry about if I'm
get
getting
that.
everything technically perfect. Yeah. Straight ahead, it's a town so small. I think only 145 homes there. It's so small, it's the size of a pencil eraser. But that doesn't matter because that is where we're going to find University of Utah physics professor Paul Ricketts, who's phoning the show next live from Pencil Bluff, Arkansas, where he's there for a total eclipse of the heart.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Current events can have a lot of moving parts. Our job is to make it easy to keep up.
You're part of a bigger world, so spend 15 or 20 minutes here and be part of it.
Join us weekday mornings between 5 and 9 on KSL News Radio.
Devotion to country, service to Utah. Brent Orrin Hatch had a front row seat, watching his father serve our state faithfully in the Senate. A constitutional conservative and lifelong Republican, Brent Orrin Hatch is a champion for the rule of law. He's running for Senate to stop this lawless president from destroying our country from within. Hatch will fight to secure the border once and for all and take on Mexican drug cartels to halt the flow of deadly fentanyl. Brent Orrin Hatch knows the national debt is just as big a threat to national security. Hatch won't rest until the budget's balanced and won't cave to the big spenders in both parties. Pro-life, deeply committed to religious liberty, rock-solid Utah conservative. Brent Orrin Hatch for Senate. Paid for by Conservative Outsider PAC, which is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.copac.us.
Opening statements could be this week.
His trial likely to take several weeks longer than Lori Vallow Daybell's trial.
In the trial of Chad Daybell.
Another factor is the death penalty.
Get special coverage live from the courtroom, breaking updates on testimony and legal analysis all this week. The trial of Chad Daybell.
We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
A happy place comes in many colors. Whatever your color, bring happiness home with CertaPro Painters and make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. During our spring sales event, special offers are available through April 30th. Schedule your home painting project today and bring happiness home. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
It already feels like home.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Just go to newnordicusa.com or visit Walgreens or Amazon to purchase. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at newnordicusa.com.
Hey guys, do you know your T-level? Revive Men's Health here in Salt Lake City is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Call Revive Men's Health Salt Lake City at 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Advanced Window Products. Factory direct. Affordable windows. Call today. They're on their way. Financing available. Save now, pay later. AdvancedWindows.com.
If you want all the latest on the total eclipse, it's just a few hours away. Make sure you download the KSL News Radio app. It's designed specifically for the news radio folks. It's different from the KSL app, but make sure you download it. It's free. You can listen live, get your push notifications, and all the latest breaking news on the KSL News Radio app.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Amanda Dixon. First, the trial of Chad Daybell continues. Opening arguments are expected to start tomorrow. Second, the eclipse will hit Utah at 11:25. We'll get to see about 50% of it. And third, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints grew its membership by about 1.5% last year. Right now, it's 37 degrees in Salt Lake. Back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave, and Dujanovic.
Well, Utah's nowhere near the line of the totality of the eclipse. But we're going to get part of it. You just heard Amanda talking about it in the 11 o'clock hour. We're going to have about 50% of the eclipse here. So, but if you wanted to be the first to see it, you have to be at the Mexico border in Texas. Then Dallas, then Indianapolis, then Cleveland. Or you should be University of Utah professor Paul Ricketts, who is standing by live for us in a tiny, tiny town called Pencil Bluff, Arkansas.
Where in the world, Professor, is Pencil Bluff, Arkansas?
So Pencil Bluff, Arkansas is about an hour away from Hot Springs. And it's just this little kind of town just sticking in the middle of a road.
Professor, are we all supposed to know where Hot Springs, Arkansas
I'm not sure that helped any anymore.
How far are you from Little Rock?
I'm super familiar with it.
Little Rock, there we go.
Little Rock is a couple of more hours to the east.
Well, Professor Paul Ricketts, University of Utah, College of Science, your physics and astronomy department, and you're in Pencil Bluff, Arkansas. We so appreciate you taking a few minutes to check in with us here. So
No
why
problem.
Pencil Bluff? Did you just throw a dart at a map, or is there a reason that you went there?
Well, there's a couple reasons. One, they had the only place we could find a place to stay while we're here. But it also is right on the center line of the eclipse. And so you have to be there to see the total eclipse. You can be a little bit off on one way or the other, but the farther away you are from the center line, the less amount of eclipse you have. So we're going to have about a little over 4 minutes where we are.
Wow.
And then if you go to Hot Springs, you have about 2 minutes. If you go another hour away from there, you just get to see a partial.
So I know that there's much more to it than just the cool gee whiz factor for you. What will you be looking at?
So I'm actually going to be looking for the corona. It's this kind of white fuzziness that comes off the sun that's being driven by magnetic fields. And it looks really cool. It's the only time that you actually ever get to see it from Earth. Otherwise, you have to have a special telescope and sitting in space. Other than that, I'm going to look around and look for some planets that are going to be out. And this is the only time you get to see them during the daytime when the sun's out, unless they're pretty far away and it's like Jupiter or Venus. Then those you can actually see during the daytime. But right now, when the eclipse hits, you'll be able to see them pretty easily.
You don't have much time, though, right? Because isn't the totality supposed to last right around, is it 4.5 minutes or so? Did I get that right?
Yep. And that's why you got to make sure you're not being distracted too much and getting everything in while you can. And if you miss something, you might just have to try next time.
Which is quite a ways off. I mean, the next,
20
years?
20 years if you don't travel outside of the U.S.
So my understanding, and just listening to coverage, I was listening to a New York Times podcast this morning about it, that back in the day, humans thought the eclipse was the beginning of the end. The beginning of the end of time. And what do you know about that? And I can certainly see why they would think that if suddenly everything got dark in the middle of the day.
Yeah, and so that just comes from, a long time ago. They didn't have much science. They didn't know what these things were. There was predictions by, like ancient Chinese and other people that when they're going to happen, and that kind of let them build a little bit of their religion and stuff around it. But it was mostly because they didn't understand what was going on, so they were just doing their best guess at, what they know as relative to what they can see.
Give us an idea. Paint a picture for us. What is it like at Pencil Bluff, Arkansas? Is there a lot of people that have traveled to this area, or what's it look like?
Yeah, so we got here really early this morning, and there was 2 other people. And now a few hours later, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So there's about 20 or so cars now, and more keep coming. And so right now it's kind of chill. We don't have a ton of people yet, but I'm sure there's going to be more. But everybody's just kind of mingling around, talking about stuff, and hoping the eclipse happens and we don't get too many clouds.
Ooh, let's talk about that in just one second. Professor Paul Ricketts with the University of Utah College of Science. He's in Pencil Bluff, Arkansas, where I read there's about 145 households in Pencil Bluff, Arkansas.
Yes, seems like
Does that seem like it's kind of a small town? So it's supposed it's supposed to hit partially here at about 11:25 this morning. Can you paint a picture of what Utahns can expect, Professor?
So Utah is going to see less than 50%. And so since it's going to be less than 50%, you're not going to be able to see totality, and you're going to have to make sure you're wearing your glasses the whole time, because if you look at the sun too long, or even sometimes just glance at it, it depends on how your eyes are, it could actually cause you to have permanent damage for your eyes. But it's going to look like somebody is basically taking a big chunk out of the sun, like took a big bite out of it slowly and then kind of puts it back. That's all you're going to see there. But it's still kind of a cool effect because it doesn't happen very often for basically everybody, unless you're one of the eclipse chasers and travel all around to see it.
So what kind of equipment did you bring with you? Was it just the the dollar store glasses, or have you loaded up?
Yeah, so I came with a solar telescope made just for looking at the sun, so you get to see some of the prominences and things as we're sitting here. I brought a normal refracting telescope with a special solar filter on it, and I brought my camera and camera lens with another special solar filter on it. And I'm going to take pictures and look at it as much as I can. And there's a bunch of other people here with telescopes and other things too, because they want to do the same stuff.
So cloudy or clear? What does the forecast look like, Professor?
It's going to be mostly clear. It looks like there's going to be some light haze up in the sky, but it kind of depends on how the weather kind of progresses, because it was looking like it was supposed to be mostly clear, but now it's just kind of like this kind of haze over everything.
Will you be posting any of your pictures online? Do you have a social media account that we can follow?
I do. I'll probably end up posting some on our observatory Facebook. So it's just the South Physics Observatory. People can find it by looking up there, and I'll post whatever pictures I can actually grab and share. And if anybody else has them on that post, they can feel welcome to share what they have where they were.
Fantastic.
Professor Ricketts, before we let you go, just give us the time that we should be prepared for the partial eclipse here in Utah.
So for there, it's a little bit different just because of how geometry works, but I believe it's going to start, like the maximum portion of it is going to start around, 12:30-ish for you. But the actual eclipse where you start seeing it kind of start moving across the sun is going to be about 11:30, if I believe, if I remember right.
Yep, that's about the time we have. We're just checking with the expert. Professor Paul Ricketts, University of Utah Physics and Astronomy Department. Thank you so much. Live from Pencil Bluff, Arkansas. No place like it on the planet. He's calling back in the noon hour to give us an update. I'm sure the population there will swell over the next hour and a half. We'll also have live coverage, Dave, the National Weather Service calling into the show in the 10 o'clock hour to give us the cloudy or clear forecast for the partial eclipse here in Utah. And maybe we can even get him to go a little bit beyond. And then we're going to go live to Niagara Falls as well with News Nation in the 11 o'clock hour. They've got live coverage for us.
That would be an incredible day. At Niagara Falls during the total eclipse, amazing.
9:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Amanda Dixon. Our top story this hour, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints grew its membership by about 1.5% last year, according to the annual statistical report released by the First Presidency during General Conference. KSL News Radio's Becky Bruce reports.
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints added about 250,000 new converts last year, meaning church membership now stands at 17.2 million and counting as of the end of 2023.
The new membership numbers included about 93,000 children. Summit County residents can expect a few planned power outages this week. Rocky Mountain Power says Tollgate and Red Hawk will have an outage most of the day on Wednesday. It'll take about 10 hours. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Hundreds of towns and cities across the country are kicking off today's total eclipse with a bang, holding huge community events to watch the historic event. ABC's Mirera Villarreal is in Del Rio, Texas, with more on the festivities.
Right here by the Civic Center, they have dozens of vendors that will be here. We have lots of visitors, people that are in the jazz band here, people that are local athletes. We have beauty queens. We have somebody that made us a special wine for the eclipse. We also have a local councilman as well. Everybody is extremely excited to get this day going.
The city of Del Rio is expecting 15,000 to 20,000 people in town for the total eclipse because they are expected to be the first to get a glimpse of the eclipse. Your money at this moment right now, let's see, the Dow is up 38 points. That's 0.1%. We're at 38,942. And coming up, we do have a few clouds today, but it's clearing out. We'll have sunshine and warmer temperatures this week. We'll get to the KSL weather forecast coming up next.
You know what's great about KSL's traffic coverage? Trained traffic reporters and real listeners.
Trading information and making the commute safer and faster for everyone.
Every 10 minutes on the nines, we have you covered on KSL News Radio.
When my wife and I were talking about upgrades to our home, and everyone does this, you're trying to prioritize, we started to discuss a water softener. We hadn't had one for about 10 years, and we'd been bitten because of it. We'd had some, hard water corrosion that burst a pipe. It flooded our kitchen. And we said, okay, we've lived without it long enough. Let's call Connecticut of Utah, have them come out to our house and show us the difference. Because it is an investment, but it's a worthwhile one for us. And we've loved it. Not only does it help us when we're cleaning the shower, you can imagine, or you probably have experienced this, the hard water stains. Where you almost need a jackhammer to get those things clean. It's the cleaning, the laundry, the dishes, but I love it most for the soft skin. And that's really what the soft water does for us, is it really helps with the soft skin. You don't have to bathe in lotion afterwards. So give Connecticut of Utah a call, 801-576-8600. That's 801-576-8600. Or you can learn more about soft water in general by going to softwaterutah.com. That's softwaterutah.com.
Say goodbye to morning traffic.
Good morning. Baby, it's a brand new day.
And hello to Rome, Barcelona, and Santorini. When you sail Europe with Norwegian Cruise Line, you wake up to a new city nearly every day. And we make it easy to get there with free airfare for second guest. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Norwegian Cruise Line. Ships registry the Bahamas and USA. Restrictions apply.
The rest of my life gonna start today.
Hi friends, Dan the Laptop Man here from PC Laptops. I get a lot of emails from people all the time. Here's one. Dear Dan, I hear your talk about a lifetime service guarantee. Free? Really? Please help me avoid all your fine print and be honest about what free means. You understand that we should be very wary of a free offer. Signed, Skeptical. Hi, Skeptical. I remember 22 years ago when we started PC Laptops and our lifetime service guarantee, people thought it was too good to be true. Well, after a decade, people started believing me a little bit. But it's been 22 years of having the privilege to serve our friends and neighbors like you. Our lifetime service guarantee has become the most trusted warranty in the industry. You can get a brand new PC Laptops desktop computer, and they start at only $29 a month. Check us out at PCLaptops.com. That's PCLaptops.com. Here's to seeing you soon, Skeptical.
You know that feeling? It's kind of hot in the afternoon, and you hear the air conditioner kick in, and you think, there we go. And then you wait for a bit, but you don't feel any cold yet. So you go put your hand right in front of it, and sure enough, even with all that noise, it's just regular air coming out instead of cold. Whipple that away. Fixing air conditioners that don't make cold is my job. Make your problem my problem. Whipple Service Champions. Call today and ask about our next day installation or visit whipplethataway.com.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. And here's Heather Kelly.
We've had a couple of minor fender benders on the I-15 corridor, one in Utah County. It's northbound right near the American Fork on-ramp at 500 East, and another in the Salt Lake Valley right around the Spaghetti Bowl. But none of them are causing delays. The cars are over on the shoulders. We do have delays on Bangerter Highway northbound between 5400 and 4700 south in Taylorsville. That is due to construction. Revere Health encourages you to schedule your preventative care and annual checkups to help increase the potential to live your most healthy and active life. Revere Health, your partner in health, your partner in life. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Temperatures will climb up to the 60s and 70s this week. Friday will be 76. Right now, it's partly cloudy and 41 degrees. I'm Amanda Dixon from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We are Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio. The trial of Chad Daybell. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
We are on the verge of hearing opening arguments in the trial of Chad Daybell. This has been just a twisted and very long timeline of missing and murdered children, a mysterious death of Chad's wife, Mom Lori Ballow's convictions for her kids' murders and conspiracy to commit murder in the death of not only the children but also Tammy Daybell. Dave, and then of course Chad's case is a death penalty case,
and we've been waiting for justice for these kids for years. It has taken so long for things to come together. Maybe COVID played a role in this, but really I look at these two kids, JJ and Tylee, who died in the most horrific way. We'll learn more details from this awful trial, but it's been years and there still is no official justice. Mom, yes, but not Chad.
Adam Small of KSL News Radio, you're heading north to Boise today. What do you expect in terms of opening arguments and a timeline for those, Adam?
Well, if jury selection goes as quickly as it's already gone a lot quicker than we thought it would. If it goes the way that we're thinking that opening statements could happen tomorrow morning, which is myself and Greg Skortis, our legal analyst, are going to be heading up there tonight so we can be there tomorrow morning. And once that happens, if opening statements happen tomorrow, I mean, we can finally get this trial underway after almost 4 years now since the children's bodies were found. And yeah, like Dave said, this has been a long time coming.
So the expectation is as soon as they wrap that up, they'll almost immediately start the trial. There's not a waiting or a grace period. Much of one, at least, from jury selection to opening arguments.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. It seems like at this point, they want to just get this done. But, of course, the biggest thing is, they've got their pool of jurors they're looking at now. So today we're hoping that they narrow down the 12 jurors and the 6 alternates. That way we can jump right into the trial tomorrow. Because, I mean, we're expecting – it's kind of hard to pinpoint exactly how long any given trial is going to be. But, I mean, there's a good chance this thing goes north of 2 months. So, I mean, they're probably at the point of, once we have this jury, better hit the ground running and get this going.
Adam Small, thank you so much. We'll let you go. We know you need to get up to Boise today, and we look forward to your continuing coverage when opening arguments start, presumably tomorrow. Of course, Adam will be giving us full coverage from Boise on Utah's Morning News and also our show, and then, of course, Jeff Kaplan's afternoon news as well. Let's bring Greg Skortis on, our KSL legal analyst. Thanks so much for being on standby. We know you're heading to Boise as well. We appreciate you jumping on the line for just a second or two here with us, Greg. What do you expect both sides to present as their strongest point during opening arguments?
Yeah, so I really expect, Debbie, that the state's opening remarks will be very, very similar to what they gave in Lori's. Of course, there's an additional homicide with Chad for his ex-wife, So they've got to outline their case as it relates to Chad allegedly murdering her. But otherwise, I think we have a very good snapshot of the case against Chad Daybell from Lori's. What's really going to be interesting tomorrow are the opening remarks of the defense attorneys, because as you recall, on Lori's case, the defense really was, and they're right out of the chute with their opening remarks, hey, the state doesn't have enough evidence. We're not going to say much except that at the end of the trial, you won't have enough evidence to convict. Well, obviously they were wrong. There is enough evidence, and Chad's lawyers can't just sit back and rely on that. So they're going to outline a defense, including witnesses, perhaps experts, maybe even call Chad to the stand. It'll be a significantly different defense than Lori presented.
Greg, do we expect Lori to be involved in any way, called as a witness or for testimony?
Not at all. I mean, that's a great question, but she's in Arizona. I don't think either side's going to want to call her. If you recall from her sentencing statement, she's kind of out there right now talking about her communications with the now deceased children. And so I don't know that she has any reliability for either side. She's not going to help the state because she's still maintaining her innocence, and she's probably not going to help Chad because she's certainly got some mental health issues. So, yeah, I don't think that she'll be part of this trial at all.
Greg Skordas, our KSL legal analyst, heading along with our very own Adam Small up to Boise, Idaho today to cover what we think are going to be opening statements tomorrow in the trial, the death penalty trial of Chad Daybell in the murders of JJ and Tylee. Of course, those are Lori's children who were found in Chad's backyard. So the prosecution doesn't have to go far to make a connection, at least circumstantially, Greg. I do worry that there won't be that hard evidence like that piece of hair found on the duct tape used to bind and bounded JJ was found on Lori, connected to Lori. So what are your thoughts with that hard evidence where he can't simply point the finger at Alex Cox or at his wife Lori?
Well, we didn't know about that evidence as it related to Lori until the evidence was actually presented.
That's right. It was a bombshell. Yeah.
Right. I would have no doubt, Debbie, that the state's got a bombshell or two for Chad, and we may not even hear those in the opening remarks. But I think the state's probably got its case put together. I think they've got their witnesses lined out. There may be some evidence that we haven't seen or heard or even contemplated right now. But my guess is if they're pursuing this as a death penalty case, they have a strong case, or they expect that they have a strong case.
Greg Skordas, safe travels. Thank you for joining us, KSL Legal Analyst.
We'll look forward to you checking in throughout the week right here on KSL News Radio for our exclusive coverage with Adam Small and Greg as well.
One of the things that I'll be looking for is how this is handled differently, because Lori Vallow clearly had mental health issues, kind of lived in this alternate reality where she's communicating with the dead. That has not been Chad Daybell. From what we've heard, what we know is he hasn't dealt with any of those issues. There hasn't been any kind of a continuance or a delay in the trial because of that. So it will be interesting to me to see how this plays out when you remove some of the mental health components that Lori had in her trial.
Next, Kyler had bipolar disorder. It was our 1-hour special report this weekend on Saturday at noon about Kyler Effinger, a Park City resident. First day of 2024 was the final day of his life when he inexplicably breached an emergency exit at the Salt Lake International Airport. We covered it. The national news media covered it. And then we spoke to his family. Here's his father, Judd.
Kyler, like a bunch of kids, who have some mental health issues, he wanted nothing more than to be normal.
Straight ahead, we'll talk about what Kyler went through. And then in our 10 o'clock hour, we'll be joined by a psychiatrist from the Huntsman Mental Health Institute to walk us through the warning signs and how to treat bipolar disorder the right way, if there is indeed a right way to treat it.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Here's a trick to podcasting at work and getting all the Utah news you love.
Download the KSL News Radio app.
The podcast for Utah's morning news and Dave and Debbie are right there. Dozens of podcasts a day.
That's the app for KSL News Radio.
We've talked a lot about Master Electrical and all the things they can do inside of your house. They have another component to their company that is very successful, and it's standby generators.
Yeah, and it's not just, your electric vehicle that might need a standby generator if the power goes out. We're talking about our, all the appliances inside our home. And also I think about, mom and dad or grandma and grandpa who may be on some sort of medical device that requires it to be constantly up and running.
Which makes it absolutely crucial. And the premier dealer is the Generac generator, standby generator that is so efficient, works so reliably. They don't just sell things with Master Electrical. They don't just sell these, but they are involved in the service and the installation.
I really appreciate that Master Electrical says that all of their installations are done in-house by their employees. There's no third party that swoops into your home and starts working on your home. It's done by Master Electrical.
Yeah, they maintain the highest standards by doing it that way. So make sure you find out more about these standby generators, the Generac generator. Just go to masterelectrical.com.
You trust us for news and information in your car. Now trust us at home. KSL News Radio has you covered, keeping you informed on the latest breaking news, weather, traffic, sports, and more. Listen on your Amazon Echo or Google Home device. Just say, Alexa, open KSL News Radio, or listen on the KSL News Radio Listen app. Text the word app to 57500. KSL News Radio. We have you covered.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And did you know that we get a bunch of service calls per year from people who didn't even hire us? That means they originally hired someone else to replace their siding, gutters, and windows. Then later, when a problem popped up, they tried to call their contractor back to fix it, only to find out that the contractor has ceased to exist. They're gone, done, out of business. At RGS Exteriors, we've been serving Utah for 70 years. As a fifth-generation owned contractor, we've got customers who are the grandkids of our customers we had in the 1950s and 60s. We're not going anywhere. We will be here when you need us, period. For siding, gutters, and windows, now and forever, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit at rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Hi everyone, it's Congressman Blake Moore here. As I've listened to your concerns during my recent in-person and telephone town halls, one thing is clear. Utahns are concerned about border security. According to U.S. Customs and Border Protection, the Biden administration's policies have allowed for over 8.5 million encounters nationwide, including over 7 million at the southern border, more than ever before in American history. Record amounts of fentanyl have come through our borders and led to heartbreaking outcomes for families who have lost loved ones to overdoses. For the sake of our community's safety and national security, something must change. This is why House Republicans swiftly passed the Secure the Border Act of 2023 to strengthen our southern border with new technologies, increase the number of Border Patrol agents, end catch and release, and require transparency from the Department of Homeland Security. I will keep fighting to make 1st District communities safer, and I encourage you to sign up for my weekly e-newsletter and follow me on social media at Rep. Blake Moore to stay updated on my efforts. Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Springtime in Utah, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Judy did. She called Rhino Shield.
After having the house painted with kind of usual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is formulated for our unique climate here in Utah and is Class 1 fire rated.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular.
Utah, you too can have the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family.
This offer is limited. Call 435-246-4466, 435-246-4466, or rhinoshieldwest.com.
Go Rhino Shield.
We just heard live from KSL News Radio's Adam Small and KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas that they're heading to Boise, Idaho for what we think is going to be opening arguments in the death penalty trial of Chad Daybell tomorrow. However, I really want you to tune in this afternoon to Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News. He'll let you know if jury selection is over and if they've in fact been able to secure a jury for this trial, and then also have full analysis on how opening arguments will go.
For the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Amanda Dixon. First, a 23-year-old man was saved by ski patrol after going off course and ending up missing in the middle of the winter storm this weekend. Second, Alta got 600 inches of snow for the second consecutive season. The resort hasn't seen consecutive snow years like this since 2009. And third, the body of 27-year-old Tristan White was discovered after he went missing weeks ago near Garden City. He was in the area for work. Right now, it's 41 degrees in Salt Lake. Back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
We're going to be broadcasting this live on KSL News Radio's Facebook page. In about 10 minutes, it's our discussion with a psychiatrist from Huntsman Mental Health Institute joining us in studio this morning, Dave, to talk about bipolar disorder. Our goal in highlighting the tragic ending of Kyler Effinger's life on Saturday during LDS conference weekend was to continue rolling back the stigma surrounding bipolar disorder. If you missed our special, we'll walk you through what happened to Kyler and things that his dad told us about their 10-year battle and Kyler's 10-year struggle to, quote, just be normal.
And one of the things that, as we talk about this clinically, bipolar disorder, some of you may know it by a different name, something we used in the past, manic depression, where you go through these highs and lows, like these insanely high highs, but also these devastatingly low depressive states that can last months. And that is what the family is dealing with, is not just the manic wild moments, but these deeply depressive states as well.
Before we bring the doctor on live, and by the way, welcome to our KSL News Radio Facebook family. We've already started to broadcast live on Facebook right now. So please be sure you also include your questions, and we can try to get those in to our expert about bipolar disorder. I want to walk back through Kyler Effinger's life, and as his dad Judd told us, his battle to be normal.
Kyler, like a bunch of kids, who have some mental health issues, he wanted nothing more than to be normal.
And part of what makes that so difficult is he's completely aware of this. He understands. He knows. He's got high highs and low lows, and he would love to be nothing more than just a normal kid, but that wasn't his lot.
What stood out to me in talking to his dad is there weren't really any clear signs that this was coming on when he was a child. And I guess during our long discussion with Dad Judd, I was thinking maybe there would have been some sort of a sign, but he said, not diagnosed with something like ADHD, although he was always a really happy kid and very playful. But then in high school, he was bullied. And that seemed to be the beginning of this 10-year-long struggle, but still not quite to the point that would have thrown up any red flags for me as a parent.
And I will be very interested as we talk to our expert. Can there be a triggering event, or does this just happen? Like, can you be bullied into bipolar disorder? Like, can you be emotionally abused to the point where it triggers something? Or is this just a chemical thing that's happening in your body?
We're talking about Kyler Effinger. He's a 30-year-old Park City resident who died. The first day of 2024 was the final day of his life. He breached an emergency exit at Salt Lake International Airport. We covered the developments live the next day, as well as national media talked about it, because he thrust himself into an engine cover of a commercial airliner that was awaiting takeoff, and he was killed. And his dad, Judd, took us back through Kyler's fight, his journey to beat bipolar disorder. And his family said, at the airport, it was a clear-cut manic episode that he was going through. It wasn't his first. However, what I was also surprised to learn from his dad is they weren't often. They were kind of few and far between. But his first true manic episode was really pronounced when he went to college. And his dad was called to a fraternity house.
I had a call one night at like 3 o'clock in the morning where one of his friends called, and I had to rush down there. And, I found him like literally in the middle of a, fraternity house on the floor. They had shaven his head and were dumping, beer all over him. It was really just a tragedy. And shortly after that, he had his first, what we would call official manic episode.
Listening to a father describe that, I can't help but put myself in that situation. If I had walked up and seen my child whose head had been shaven, who was passed out on the ground, and I've got to lift him up and pull him out of that situation, I would be so blind with rage. And then to hear the aftermath of where they start realizing all of the mental health issues that are happening around this time of his life would be so profoundly heartbreaking. I can't imagine.
It turns out that wasn't even the most dangerous. Of course, we know how his life ended, but there was this episode that happened, after that.
But that first episode, ended. He was laying down in the middle of a highway, and we really don't think he was trying to harm himself, or commit suicide. It really is just not thinking straight at all.
And not understanding the dangers of your actions or the consequences of your actions.
I was also taken aback by the amount of time he would spend in the basement when he would go into depression. His parents said he wouldn't come out of the basement for months. So you have the manic episodes that he almost goes wild. And then you have the depressed episodes that last for months where they felt like, well, he's in the basement, at least he's safe. Now, did they seek care? Yes, like any family does. They're racing around trying to find the best avenues to treat their son. And I actually asked his dad, I said, when he was in a psychiatric ward, did you at least feel like you could take a breath? He said, yes, because at least we knew he was being carefully watched and he wasn't going to harm himself or do something to harm himself, even if it was during a manic episode and he didn't really understand what was going on. But this horrible battle for him culminates at the Salt Lake International Airport, where who hasn't been late for a flight? He's late for a flight. He has a hard time getting through TSA. He misses his flight, and then it's hours of just a manic episode that ends just so horrifically on New Year's Day of this year, Dave.
And to watch the security video be released and see him trying to open doors and smashing his hands against the glass, it was heartbreaking to watch him unravel.
Dr. Paul Carlson stepping in studio next. He's with Huntsman Mental Health Institute.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 10 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bonas. KSL's top story this hour.
Body of 27-year-old Tristan White has been discovered. He went missing weeks ago. His stepmom, Anna White, tells KSL TV their family had been searching all over Utah.
We've been trying to understand what happened to my son, especially since he was found adjacent to the motel where he was staying.
Tristan's cause of death still being investigated. Our top national story this hour: Dallas is the biggest city in the path of today's solar eclipse. Maria Villarreal says it's a big celebration.
Right here by the Civic Center, they have dozens of vendors that will be here. We have lots of visitors, people that are in the jazz band here, people that are local athletes. We have beauty queens. We have somebody that made us a special wine for the eclipse. We also have a local councilman as well. Everybody is extremely excited to get this day going.
Now, here in Utah, we'll see about 49% of the sun's surface covered by the moon when the eclipse reaches its peak around 12:30 Mountain Time. Your money at this moment: the Dow Jones average down a bit, the NASDAQ up just a bit right now. And our KSL weather: well, whatever clouds are around may obscure the eclipse. We'll have more on that ahead. KSL News Time, 10:01.
We hope you have the right app on your phone for news. You probably have dozens.
But the KSL News Radio app, well, it makes our live stream super easy.
Plus, our talk shows are right there as podcast for your workday.
That's the app for KSL News Radio.
Are you stressing about your IRS tax problems? Have you received notices from the IRS threatening to garnish your wages, levy your bank accounts, or seize your property? You need an ally. Allies Tax Relief has tax attorneys and enrolled agents that are ready to fight for you. They have saved millions for taxpayers just like you. Allies Tax Relief can help put a stop to IRS collections and, most importantly, negotiate your tax debt. Here's Brenda, a happy client of Allies Tax Relief.
I owed the IRS around $57,000, and they're about to start garnishing my paychecks. I heard a commercial on the radio about Allies Tax Relief, so I thought I'd give them a call. After a day, they were able to at least stop the garnishments, and after a few months of negotiations, I walked away owing the IRS only $301.
If you owe the IRS, call Allies Tax Relief right now for your free consultation. Call 800-230-5174. 800-230-5174. That's 800-230-5174.
Looking for a secure retirement plan without market risk? Look no further. Lyle Boss, president of Boss Financial, specializes in no market risk retirement strategies with guarantees of principal, guaranteed growth, and lifelong income. Join Lyle right here each Saturday and Sunday for his Safe Money radio show, and call him now at 855-355-SAFE for your complimentary customized Safe Money information kit and Safe Money book. Nothing but upside here at 855-355-SAFE.
Everyone's house is different, but they're all the same in one way. We all have those places where the Wi-Fi just won't go. I mean, for you, maybe it's the attic. For me, it's my basement. Well, if you had wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you could worry less about these dead spots. Finally. With wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you get fast speeds throughout your home, a reliable connection in every room, and power for all your devices, even when everybody's online. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi, only on the Xfinity 10G network. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for a reliable connection throughout your home now through June 21st. New customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Here's what you do. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, that's 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Heather Kelly.
Well, no accidents reported right now across the Wasatch Front. That includes city streets and the major freeways. We also don't have any slowdowns right now, I-15, either northbound or southbound between Brigham City all the way down into Payson. You're also going to have a good drive coming out of Tooele County, although we've had some snow showers go through Tooele County, so that could make for some damp road conditions. Beat the spring cleaning rush and call Zero Res. Get 3 rooms plus a hallway zero resified for $99. Visit zerores.com and book your appointment today. Zero Res. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather: cooler air from the weekend stays over Utah today. Then the sun comes out and it'll warm into the 70s by Thursday and Friday. Right now, 43 degrees, partly cloudy. I'm Dan Bomas from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
The moment we hung up the phone with Kyler Effringer's dad, Judd, who spoke to us in depth about what Kyler battled for 10 years leading up to his manic episode at the Salt Lake International Airport, where he died earlier this year, I knew we had to expand the conversation, and we are doing that right now with the help of Huntsman Mental Health Institute and Dr. Paul Carlson. He's an associate professor of psychiatry in the University of Utah School of Medicine, and he is in studio. So if you're listening, if you're watching this on our Facebook page, you'll see him there talking to us about bipolar disorder, Dave. And I want to encourage our listeners to put a question in the comments. This is a great time to see if we can get you the information that you feel you need.
Dr. Carlson, thank you for your time. And I think it's a tough thing to talk about mental health, because if someone has cancer, we have a great deal of compassion. When it comes to mental disorders, all of a sudden, I think we have some progress. we got some work to do here.
Yes, thank you so much, Debbie and Dave. I really appreciate you addressing this topic because it is so important, and there is a stigma. It's getting better over time, but it's still hard for so many individuals and so many families to talk about. I was able to hear the podcast from this weekend with Kyler's dad, and such a tragic story and such a wonderful life. Thank you for sharing that, and I'm impressed with Kyler's family that they were sharing their story to help other people.
I was so grateful that they did, and they started to share it right away. Right after he died at the Salt Lake International Airport on New Year's Day, they started talking to our colleagues here at KSL and KSL5 television. And one of the things that I really wanted to know from Dad when we sat down and talked to him several weeks after Kyler had passed is, did he see any warning signs, early in his life? And they really didn't see anything that stood out to them. But let's talk in general. I know you didn't treat Kyler, and so I don't want to talk specifics. I want to talk in general here, Doctor. Are there any red flags or warning signs that we might see in children when it comes to onset of bipolar disorder later in life?
Yeah, that's a great question. There are warning signs as far as the in children. Maybe I'll just talk about the average age of onset is mid-20s, maybe a little bit younger on average in males than females, but equal prevalence between males and females. But we certainly can see it in teens, not uncommonly, much more rarely in children. So it's tough to say. There's also, with bipolar disorder, there's some popular maybe misconceptions about what bipolar disorder is or isn't. And I think in popular culture, there's a sense that, if someone's really moody or irritable or, the mood shifts rapidly throughout the day, that person must have bipolar disorder. That's really not bipolar disorder. And even some physicians have had that sense. So there definitely is some misdiagnosis of bipolar. What we see with bipolar, really to predict it accurately, is discrete episodes of mood changes, depression on one side and mania or hypomania on the other. So you can see, you may see other things, irritability, anxiety, but those are very nonspecific. So those are probably more predictive of other conditions than they are of bipolar disorder specifically. But anytime if a kid or a teen or an adult is struggling with changes in sleep or appetite, changes in mood, feeling more irritable, more sad, more withdrawn, changes in behavior, and often, if talking about children, they may not tell you, oh, I'm feeling depressed, but their changes in behavior was what we would look for most often, not specifically just for bipolar disorder, but as a flag of maybe we need to pay attention to this. So if they're more withdrawn, not spending time with their friends, change in their usual activities, those are things that are worth paying attention to and thinking about. Is there something that we can do to help?
As we were talking to Kyler's dad, he wondered how much of this could have been a triggering event. He talked about of Kyler being bullied in high school, just a terrible example. Also, when he was in college, of where he was at a frat house, he'd shaved his head, poured beer on him. Is there a triggering event when it comes to bipolar disorder?
There often are stressful events around the time of an initial onset, but I wouldn't say that they're triggering, that's the cause of the disorder. Bipolar disorder is a brain disorder that affects about 2% of the population. There's a significant genetic component, but the genetics are complex, so it's not like, I've got the gene. There's not one gene. There's multiple genes that have small effects that can increase someone's risk if you have the right or the wrong combination, or decrease someone's risk. But then there's this interaction between a person's genetics and their life experiences and stress. And so certainly periods of increased stress are when a person that has that disposition is most likely to go into an episode.
What's the array of episodes that you're aware of? In Kyler's case, it's very extreme.
Mm-hmm.
Are there lesser extremes of episodes that could indicate bipolar disorder?
Yeah. There is a range. When I say it affects 2% of the population, not everyone looks exactly the same. In general, as far as the episodes, so the core episodes, would consist of depression, which I think a lot of people are familiar with. But when we talk about depression in psychiatry, we're talking about periods of weeks or months of low energy, low mood, decreased interest in things that one would typically enjoy, decreased motivation, changes in sleep, changes in appetite. With mania, people talk about highs. Someone may have a high mood with mania. That's kind of the classical mania, this euphoric mania. But a lot of times it's not euphoric. It doesn't necessarily feel great. Someone may be extremely irritable, but they also have dramatically increased energy. Racing thoughts, they typically would talk much faster than normal. But, this is on a spectrum, so it can be severe. People can have more mild forms of mania called hypomania. And there's two main types of bipolar disorder, bipolar 1 disorder and bipolar 2 disorder. Bipolar 1 is defined by people having full episodes of mania as well as depression, whereas bipolar 2, people don't have the full mania, they have hypomania, so the milder form of mania, but also have significant depression, and that can be just as limiting, just as devastating, but maybe not as intense for the highs.
Dr. Carlson is an associate professor of psychiatry at Huntsman Mental Health Institute. If you don't mind sticking around for a minute, I would like to talk about treatment, because I think you've done a wonderful job of identifying, and I think so many millions of Americans are dealing with this, and Utahns here at home. I want to know what treatment looks like, how effective it is, because as we were talking to Kyler's dad, there was a sense of hopelessness, and there were peaks and valleys of the treatment when it was working very well. So maybe you can shed some light on that here coming up in just a few minutes.
Dave and Dujanovic.
A lot of us are filling our workdays with podcasts.
When you're working, go to KSLNewsRadio.com.
Click on Dave and Debbie's podcast and pick a topic and story length.
Podcast with Dave and Debbie. Then get to work with KSL News Radio.
If you have a family member that is struggling with addiction, whether they're currently in recovery or they just need help, let me tell you guys about Renaissance Ranch. They offer free family support services, and they do it through weekly online classes. They're open to the public, and you can attend as many of these classes as you wish.
They treat adult men, and they certainly have an amazing alumni following. In fact, I went to their website not too long ago, Renaissance Ranch's website, Dave, and it was just filled with lots of great comments about success stories. They're faith-based, and they use a method that's clinically proven for more than 20 years.
And they want to get the families involved because they know that the research has shown that when you have loved ones involved in a support system, the more positive outcome is likely. Those odds are increased. You can get these classes by going to their website, renaissanceranch.com. You'll see classes taught from a spousal, parental, and personal perspective. Again, free online classes open to the public. Just find them at renaissanceranch.com.
Every single show on KSL News Radio is part of the KSL app, so you can listen when you want. Get news with Tim and Amanda when you wake up. Just hit live on the app. Join the conversation with David Dujanovic at 9 and Boyd Matheson at 1. They're on the app, so you can listen at work. Just click on the podcast tab and never miss an episode of Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News. Yeah, he's there on the app. It's so easy. Get in your phone's app store and download the mobile app for KSL News Radio.
When the weather warms up, it's like a stampede, except instead of dust stirred up by hundreds of hooves, it's a cascade of phone calls to Advanced Window Products. This is Jeff Kaplan. Soon as the sun shines and the snow's gone, people want new windows and frames from Utah's #1 custom window maker, and the wait for installation grows longer. But right now, you can get near the front of the line by calling for a quote and get $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. That's on top of the incredible savings for the highest quality double-pane windows and frames, any style, any color. See, at Advanced Window Products, they actually build the windows here in Utah, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. There's no middleman, and they can pass the savings on to you. They even offer buy now, pay later. So get in before the wait grows longer and get the $2,500 off. Get your new windows this spring. Make the call. Advanced Window Products, 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit AdvancedWindowsUSA.com.
Attention, Dave's Bernina in Provo and St. George just finished a 3-day event in Vernal and is now offering these just out of the box, brand new Bernina machines at tremendous discounts with full warranties. Save thousands on the Bernina sewing, quilting, and embroidery, 735, 790, and 770 Cafe machines, featuring unmatched quality and ease of use. Many of these machines have special offers and come with free gifts with purchase. We also have a few L890 sergers and a sit-down Q16 quilting machine. Hurry in, quantities are limited. All other exciting Bernina machines in our stores are on sale too. Plus, we'll have discounts on Bernina accessories and zero-interest financing options. Come to Dave's Bernina now at 691 East St. George Boulevard and 2017 North 550 West in Provo while supplies last. Dave'sBernina.com.
Utah, you love the spring, so don't spend it painting. Do what Mike did. He called Rhino Shield.
Our home is basically a contemporary with stucco finish, and we just started noticing that the paint was just fading and the stucco would just look like garbage. We had received a postcard from Rhino Shield, and we decided to take a look at it.
Rhino Shield's ceramic technology is formulated for our unique climate here in Utah and is Class 1 fire rated.
The process with Rhino Shield and their crew, they were just very conscientious. We had problems in the past with painters. They leave debris and everything. Well, we didn't have that with Rhino Shield.
Now you can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
The thing about Rhino Shield, the heat gain has been reduced, and we save $70 a month. You don't hear that about any type of paint.
Remember, Utah, this is a limited time offer, so call now, 435-246-4466 or rhinoshieldwest.com. That's rhinoshieldwest.com.
Go Rhino Shield.
Are you ready for the security implications of Microsoft Copilot? Learn at the annual WebCheck Cyber Summit, April 25th. Register today at webchecksecurity.com. That's webchecksecurity.com.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, rescuers followed the tracks of a missing snowboarder to find him over the weekend. Second, the solar eclipse in Utah begins at 11:25 this morning Mountain Time, peaks at around 12:30. We'll see about 49% of the sun covered by the moon. Third, jury selection could be finished today at Chad Daybell's trial in Boise. Right now, 43 degrees, partly cloudy in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic. Dave and Dujanovic.
We're live right now with Dr. Carlson. He's with the University of Utah School of Medicine. He's a professor of psychiatry, also with Huntsman Mental Health Institute. So appreciative of him being in studio today. We're broadcasting live on Facebook. And we are talking about bipolar disorder, going in depth, because Dave and I had the honor, and it was also just with a lot of emotions, that we told the story of 30-year-old Park City resident Kyler Effinger. It's an hour-long podcast. You can find it on your favorite podcast platform. But we had a lot of questions about bipolar disorder and treatment, and thankfully, Dr. Carlson has stopped by studio to answer our questions.
And this is something, there's a stigma around it. Mental health in general, I'm sure you've seen this, but
Sure.
What is it maybe about treatment that you want our listeners to know? Because this is so prevalent in America, bipolar disorder specifically, as you mentioned, 2 to 3%. What is it that you want people to know?
Yeah, thank you. I would say that, first of all, thank you again for sharing Kyler's story. And it means a lot to me professionally, but also personally. Bipolar disorder runs in my family, as it does in many families. And I have an older brother who has had bipolar disorder for decades. He was 21. I was 8 years old at the time when he had his first episode. It was what we call a mixed episode, where you have both depression and mania at the same time. So you have all the emotional pain of the depression, but you have all the energy and all the motivation of mania, and that is an incredibly high-risk time for suicide. And my brother at 21 had several serious suicide attempts within 1 week, one of which everyone was amazed that he didn't die. He was in the ICU for weeks and pulled through. But to highlight the importance of treatment, so one, this is a serious and life-threatening condition, but also people can live amazing and productive lives, and there is effective treatment for many people. And my brother, as one of them, he went on to live for many decades and to have and raise 4 wonderful children and his life was always difficult. But he just made amazing contributions, an amazing part of our family and part of the world. And I'm sure that Kyler's family feels the same way about his contributions, the impact that he's had. So yes, please, if you think that you might be experiencing symptoms of bipolar disorder or another mental health condition, please get treatment.
What's the kind of preferred method or FDA approved medication for treatment today, doctor?
Yeah, so there are a number of different medications that are FDA approved for the treatment of bipolar disorder, both the treatment of depression as well as the treatment of mania. There are a number of mood stabilizing medications, including lithium, valproic acid, and several others that are approved, as well as antipsychotic medications that have anti-manic and antidepressive effects. Those are really the mainstay of treatment, both acutely and also long-term to help to prevent future episodes.
Now, we know that you didn't treat Kyler, but as we were talking to his dad, he said he would go through times where he would take medication, he would stabilize, and then it was this cycle where he started feeling better. He didn't think he'd need the medication, or he didn't like the way the medication made him feel, which led to him self-medicating with marijuana and alcohol.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that cycle?
Yeah, that's a very common cycle, and it is something. And the bipolar disorder doesn't occur in a vacuum. People have other conditions oftentimes with it. They may have anxiety disorders. They may have substance use disorders, and many people do try to self-medicate with different things. That is something you definitely have to be careful with. The best data that we have at this point is that marijuana, cannabis seems to worsen the course of bipolar disorder.
Oh, really? It worsens it?
Yeah. Some people disagree with that, but yeah, the best data that we have is that it seems to increase the cycling of episodes, increase mood instability, increase suicide risk overall. And it's supposed to make you chill, I know, but and alcohol also definitely increases the risk of suicide and other complications with this condition.
It seems to me in everything that I've read, and obviously you're the doctor of psychiatry, you've read a lot more in terms of studies, that this can interact in all the wrong ways with bipolar disorder, whether it's alcohol or marijuana. I also worry about if people are coming off of their medication that's been prescribed for whatever reason they've made that decision to come off of it, and then they go, hit the streets or wherever they go to get marijuana. They don't really know what they're getting. So that also concerns me. They don't know if they're getting marijuana, if they're getting marijuana laced with fentanyl. There's all kinds of issues with that.
Right.
That's why I've always felt that FDA-approved medication is the only way to go when you have these types of when you have bipolar disorder. Do you agree with it? Am I being I don't want to be judgy here but I feel like you just take such a risk with unapproved methods.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with the judge. And I also have, mentioned there's a history of bipolar disorder, there's a history of depression, anxiety, and substance use disorders in my family as well, because they tend to go together. And I get it. No judgment here. When you have that kind of emotional pain, I think anyone would want to do anything that they thought might give them some relief, even temporarily. But yeah, we have to follow the data, and the data for those types of substances do seem really support that it makes things worse, especially over time.
Doctor, in the final minute that we have, can you speak to how long the episodes typically last? How long will one be in a manic phase versus a depressive phase? Are we talking about hours, days?
We're talking about at least days, typically, but more often weeks or months. On average, depressive episodes tend to last longer. But so the sooner an episode is treated effectively, the less time, the faster someone typically will respond to the treatment. The fewer episodes that someone has also, indicates a better prognosis. So early treatment, and also in addition to the medication, therapy, lifestyle, getting good sleep, good nutrition, faith, anything that helps to have a balanced, healthy life and to decrease stress. It's not going to cure the disorder, but it will help along with the medications for an optimal outcome.
We have just seconds left, but I have used the Safe UT app.
Yes.
The free downloadable app to reach out to help for somebody at Huntsman Mental Health Institute. Was super slick, very easy to use. Is that the best way to get a hold of somebody? And by the way, we got in that day.
The best way is whatever works best for you. But
Okay.
There's the Safe UT app, which is great for youth because they love to text. There's the 988 suicide hotline number. There's other resources, many other resources. So a couple of websites also, if I could just mention.
Please.
For information, so people can Google HMHI, the Hudson Mental Health Institute has good resources and information. Also for specific information on these disorders, NIMH.nih.gov is the National Institute of Mental Health website, and NAMI.org is the National Alliance on Mental Illness website.
Dr. Paul Carlson, thank you for joining us, and your expertise has been wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, we will put all of those websites you mentioned and also information about the Safe UT app at kslnewsradio.com. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and your information.
Early at KSL News Radio, I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top local story this hour. Jury selection could wrap up as soon as today in Boise at the trial of Chad Daybell. KSL News Radio's Becky Bruce has a preview.
Part of the challenge of seating a jury in the trial of Chad Daybell is the jury instructions they'll receive in a complicated death penalty case. The prosecutor told potential jurors last week they need to think of those instructions like a recipe they can't modify. Death penalty cases also go longer than traditional cases, meaning some jurors had to be excused because of scheduling conflicts.
Both sides will work today to narrow down the pool of prospective jurors from 57 to 18. That's 12 regular jurors and 6 alternates. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Usually people in the stands at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway are looking down at the cars. But today, about 40,000 people expected to be looking up at the solar eclipse. NASA and Purdue University partnered with the Speedway to host the viewing party. The crowd represents all 50 states. Now here in Utah, we'll see the moon cover about 49% of the sun. The eclipse begins at 11:25 a.m. Mountain Time and peaks around 12:30. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average and the NASDAQ both just slightly down today. And our KSL weather is going to clear up and the sun's going to come out this week. That's next. KSL News Time, 10:32.
It's a priority for us at this station to bring you all sides of a story and to talk about the news fairly, completely.
Get all the facts and be really aware. Utah's Morning News with us, Tim and Amanda.
Weekday mornings 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
This week's movie show is brought to you by Sound Sleep Medical. Get a free sleep screening and a free sleep consultation by tuning in on Friday morning. Sound Sleep Medical with 7 locations in Utah.
Devotion to country, service to Utah. Brent Orrin Hatch had a front row seat, watching his father serve our state faithfully in the Senate. A constitutional conservative and lifelong Republican, Brent Orrin Hatch is a champion for the rule of law. He's running for Senate to stop this lawless president from destroying our country from within. Hatch will fight to secure the border once and for all and take on Mexican drug cartels to halt the flow of deadly fentanyl. Brent Orrin Hatch knows the national debt is just as big a threat to national security. Hatch won't rest until the budget's balanced and won't cave to the big spenders in both parties. Pro-life, deeply committed to religious liberty, rock-solid Utah conservative. Brent Orrin Hatch for Senate. Paid for by Conservative Outsider PAC, which is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.copac.us.
Ready to wake up in a new destination nearly every day with Norwegian Cruise Line? Book today with free second guests to Alaska, Europe, and beyond. Plus, everyone can enjoy their vacation with free unlimited open bar, free specialty dining, and more. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Offer ends soon. Norwegian Cruise Line. Ships registry the Bahamas and USA. Restrictions apply.
The rest of my life gonna start today.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. And here's Heather Kelly.
We've got a little bit of slowing on Legacy Parkway. This is southbound about a half mile or so before you get to the merge onto I-215's West Belt. I haven't heard of a crash in that area, but occasionally they do maintenance out there, road maintenance, so that could be it. Otherwise, you're going to have a great drive on I-15, the east and west side belt routes, and I-80 through Parley's Canyon. The best kept secret is this is the pass. It's a pass for fun for everyone. Now through April 30th, save $20 off every annual pass level. 360 days of fun. Visit thisisthepass.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Our KSL weather, cooler air from the weekend stays over Utah today, and then the sun comes out. It warms into the 70s by Thursday and Friday. And right now, we're at 45 degrees. It's partly cloudy. I'm Dan Bomas from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio. Right on the money. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
Have you heard of a retirement cliff? We're about to go over it, Dave.
What's a retirement cliff?
So, experts are saying that this crisis in America is looming because we're so busy trying to keep up with today's bills that we cannot afford to save for retirement. So we're going to be staring at retirement and not have enough money to retire.
It's one of the hardest things to teach my kids. And you have kids right in the heart of that 20s. To convince them that if you're saving right now, the benefits of compounding interest, in 45 or 50 years from now, you're going to love me for this advice. It's very hard to look that far into the future, and I'm absolutely as guilty as anyone, to look that far into the future and say, yeah, I'm going to sacrifice right now for what, 50 years from now?
So I've always done this. I've always tried to take care of my future self by saving for retirement. I'm not worried so much about not having money when I get to retirement. I'm worried about not having enough money because of inflation and because of all of life's unexpected twists and turns that have come up along the way. Because when they're teaching you about saving for retirement when I was in college, they didn't say, oh, by the way, you're going to have probably a horrible medical condition that's going to zap your finances. Oh, the stock market's going to totally collapse in 2008. Oh, and then the housing crash is going to lead to a stock market crash, and the banks might all fail. I mean, there's none of that. There was none of that. You might lose a job, So I do look at it and it's like, am I grasping at ropes of sand? The more I save, the more that falls through my fingers. So we're going to talk about the problem, what the federal government predicts. I don't know if I believe in federal government predictions anymore. And then we're going to do the math to see if you're at where you need to be at.
This can be a very intimidating conversation, and you may feel like, it's all lost. I haven't saved enough. I haven't started. What's the alternative? Because as you were talking about inflation and the stock market crashing, all these things, I don't want to diminish any of that. But what's the alternative?
You got to keep saving.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't invest and you don't ride the waves of the up and down stock market and losing a job, you're still going to hit 65, 75, where you no longer can work or you don't want to work any longer. So what have you done to prepare for that?
I just try to look at it this way. There's only so much in life I can control. I can only push so much water uphill by myself. I mean, life is a little bit like herding feral cats. It really is. Like you're trying to herd them and they just want to run all over the place, and that's life. And I have to stay in the lane where I'm controlling what I can control and do the best that I can do and not say, oh, well, I didn't save all these years because I knew the housing market was going to collapse, or I knew that the stock market was going to collapse. It feels like, over and over again, we're having these stock market scares. So the problem, this is according to CNN, they've cited federal government statistic. The Bureau of Labor compiles statistics, because what else are you going to do if you're working at the Bureau of Labor? You're just going to sit around and you're going to
crunch numbers.
You're going to crunch stats, and then you're going to put it on a website that nobody knows how to read. So, but CNN figured it out. They said the number of U.S. workers in the labor market over the age of 75 is expected to nearly double over the next decade. So you're going to be working way past 75 years old because you haven't saved enough for retirement. Or if you have, you've lost it all in the stock market.
Yeah, and that can be so disheartening. I understand that. There's a few things, though, that I've seen, the way we live our lives, that we probably need to figure out how to correct. And number one, I was just looking at Bankrate. It said that 70% of Americans have sacrificed, parents specifically, parents have sacrificed their financial future or have made a financial sacrifice for their kids at the expense of retirement security. 70%. That's the vast majority. So for the parents out there that are still picking up their kids' car payment or paying for college or paying all these things, you have to ask yourself, am I doing this while sacrificing my future? And most Americans are saying, yeah, that's exactly what I've done.
I think the obvious one is you're just not saving enough in your 401k. That might be one reason. It also might be that you're blowing your money every weekend, to keep big businesses, and Amazon afloat. But a lot of folks are also raiding their 401ks to take out emergency loans because they have something come up. They don't have an emergency savings account of $1,000 or maybe $1,500. So when an emergency does come up, they have to turn to their retirement savings to take out a loan, which will diminish the amount of money you're able to, save because you're losing interest, you're losing whatever you're losing in it. It just sets you back. It sets you back. Also, I do worry, we don't know what's going to happen with Social Security. They've been saying since I was in grade school, literally, I remember being scared. A couple things to be afraid of. A solar eclipse will burn out your eyes if you look at it. And by the way, we're going to continue our coverage on the eclipse in just a few minutes because it looks like they're around the nation. They're getting really excited. There's a countdown to totality going on right now in Niagara Falls. Or that's Mazatlan, Mexico. Mazatlan, Mexico. Tons of people gathered there. But there's a couple things they told us in grade school. It's don't look at the solar eclipse. You're going to lose your eyeballs. And also, we're 100% sure that Social Security is going to be dissolved. You're in 5th grade and you're learning all about your future or whatever. They're, teaching you how to do math for retirement, stuff that flew right over my head. And here we are. I'm 57 years old, and I don't know if it's going to be dissolved or not still.
On the Social Security website, Debbie, it says it is plain as day that in less than 10 years, they will be out of money. And then all of those payments will have to be either deficit spending or they're just cutting checks because that's the expectation. But the account itself will be depleted at this current rate in less than 10 years.
Dave and I talking about a retirement cliff. Stories on CNN. That's where he grabbed it off of. But the story's been, you can find it anywhere. And how a lot of us are heading toward a retirement cliff. What we're trying to do is stop before we get there. So here's how much you need to save. By age 50, you'd be considered to be on track for retirement in your savings account if you have 3.5 to 6 times your pre-retirement gross income, not net, your gross income saved by age 50. How are you doing there, Dave?
Repeat that. I'm
by
trying to wrap
age
my
50.
Okay. I'm
you'll
pretty
be on
close.
track if you have 3.5 to 6 Let's say 4 times. Let's just
6 times?
6
No,
times.
I'm not even in the ballpark.
Gross retirement income.
Debbie, no.
By age 60, so I'm a long ways off from 60 because I'm only 57. A long ways off. I should have 6 to 11 times my salary saved in order to be considered on track for retirement. That's gross. That's not net. It's not your take home, right? Your gross is your total. Am I right? Dave's looking at me like, I don't know.
I'm trying to do some math in my head over like what 11 times this, what you're making.
That is the rule of thumb.
Does that include the like equity in your home? Or is this
This is like a savings account. You got to live somewhere. What are you going to do? Sell your home?
You got to live in a tent.
Don't count equity in your home. Okay. I know you want to, but don't do that. You got to
we're looking at
have
just
a 401k or whatever an IRA.
Okay. Retirement account, a genuine retirement account.
Okay, let me make matters worse for you. I'll just leave you with this thought before we head to the eclipse. You ought to have your home paid off too before you head into retirement. You should have it paid off. Yeah. You shouldn't have a payment. If you have a little HOA payment, that's one thing. But if you've got to make a $2,000 or $3,000 a month house payment on a home in retirement, unless you've just won the lottery, like the $1 billion lotto, or you are, super, super uber rich, you need to have your home paid off or come up with a plan so your monthly payment isn't strapping you. Straight ahead, we're going to get the National Weather Service on the line because we have a question. Will the eclipse here in Utah be eclipsed by clouds?
If I'm not going to see the eclipse and we spend 20 hours in a vehicle with 8 people, no, it's not going to be worth it.
Dave and Dujanovic.
You know KSL is the only news radio for your car, right?
The only news radio for your smart speaker.
Come here in the morning. It's the latest news and traffic. In the afternoon, news and updated weather.
We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
Hey, I've been telling you guys for the last couple of months about my journey to lose weight at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I started, I'm maybe 10 weeks into this now, and I'm in the maintenance phase right now. Now it's can you keep the weight off? Because I lost 57 pounds in 60 days. I feel great. Now the real challenge is, can I keep this off? Because so many of us have done the yo-yo diets where we gain and we lose, we gain, we lose. And this is where they've held my hand, and they've given me the skills and the knowledge to keep it off. And so far, so good. If you're interested in losing some weight and doing it safely and naturally without surgery, without injections, no point counting, no exercising, no prepackaged meals, go to slcfatloss.com. You can schedule your free consultation. It takes about 15 minutes. Go to slcfatloss.com.
If you're trying to decide which gutter protection to put on your home, don't just ask how they'll handle leaves. Ask how they'll handle ice. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and that's right, ice. See, plenty of gutter guards are good at keeping out leaves, but most are made with flimsy materials that can bend, buckle, and break under the weight of too much ice. Kind of a big problem in an icy state like Utah, right? At RGS Exteriors, our exclusive gutter protection systems are built Utah tough. They're made with premium strength materials that hold up to 1,200 pounds of ice per square foot. Simply put, they're not going to budge. Our gutter guards are also certified to handle hurricane-level winds and rain. Mother Nature can't damage them. Guaranteed. Utah Tough Products. That's the RGS way. For a free estimate, call 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's rgsexteriors.com or 801-280-3110.
Imagine this. You're at home, at work, or at school, and you hear a low rumble. Things are falling and breaking. You feel scared and confused. What do you do? How do you protect yourself and your loved ones? Earthquakes are a real and serious threat in Utah. According to the Utah Geological Survey, there's a 57% chance of a magnitude 6.0 or greater earthquake occurring in the Wasatch Front region in the next 50 years. That's why we invite you to join the world's largest earthquake drill, the Great Utah Shakeout, on April 18th, and practice the proven and recommended protective action: drop, cover, and hold on. Register at shakeout.org/Utah and be counted with over 1 million people in Utah who will drop, cover, and hold on at 10:15 a.m. on April 18th. The Great Utah Shakeout is for everyone and is an initiative of the Utah Division of Emergency Management. Find excellent resources to plan your drill and to prepare for an earthquake at shakeout.org/Utah. Beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling ZeroRes. Dust, dander, and bacteria are living and breeding in your carpet, upholstery, air ducts, and more with nowhere to go. The spring season allergens such as pollen are coming out of hibernation ready to invade your home. Check out the 3,300 raving customer reviews with a 4.8 Google rating and see what the hype is all about. This month, get 3 rooms ZeroResified from Salt Lake's #1 carpet cleaner, starting at just $99, and they'll throw in a free hallway. Plus, take 25% off your air ducts cleaning to get that true spring cleaning feel. Call ZeroRes right now, 801-288-9376, or go online to ZeroRes.com and say you want the KSL special, ZeroRes. Spell it backwards or forwards. It's the right way to clean.
I love listening to KSL News Radio on the KSL News Radio app. It makes it so easy. I just throw my AirPods in my ear, and then I turn on the app, and I can listen to Tim and Amanda in the morning. I don't listen to us when we're on the air, but I do with Boyd and Maria, Jeff Kaplan. It's a great way. All you have to do is download the KSL News Radio app today. It's free. You can listen live, get push notifications, and the latest breaking news on the KSL News Radio app.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, rescuers followed the tracks of a missing snowboarder to find him over the weekend. Second, the solar eclipse in Utah begins at 11:25 this morning Mountain Time, peaks at around 12:30. We'll see about 49% of the sun covered by the moon. Third, jury selection could be finished today at Chad Daybell's trial in Boise. Right now, 43 degrees, partly cloudy in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Oh, no. Oh, no, the clouds are moving in. I just looked out window here at Broadcast House in downtown Salt Lake City, Dave, and my heart sank. We can't have clouds when there's supposed to be a total...
Total eclipse of the heart.
Of course, the total eclipse isn't happening here. We'll be in the partial eclipse phase, starting in about 30 minutes.
I think we get the frowny face. I think that's what the eclipse is going to look like. It's going to look like a frowny face covering up the sun. But it's still cool. I want to see a partial one. I want to see a full. I want to see all of it. But I'm looking at a lot of clouds downtown right now.
You'd have to travel to Pencil Bluff, Arkansas, like our professor who called the show in the 9 o'clock hour from the University of Utah did. He's calling back in about an hour from now to give us an update on how the town of One is. I'm kidding. There's 145 homes in that town. You could be in Indianapolis, or you could be in Niagara Falls. We're going to go live to Niagara Falls in the 11 o'clock hour as well for a live report. Or you can be like, is it Elena? Elena Lohman, who's from Utah. She drove to Texas. It sounds like it was a miserable drive.
If I'm not going to see the eclipse and we spent 20 hours in a vehicle with 8 people, no, it's not going to be worth it.
You could feel the desperation.
She's worried about cloud cover. Sam Weber, good morning, meteorologist with the National Weather Service out of Salt Lake City. How are you?
Good morning.
Are you looking at all the models to make sure the weather folks won't be the bad guys today?
Yeah, I'm hoping we won't be the bad folks today, but for some areas we might just be.
You seem like a very bad person right now, because I'm looking outside and there's a lot of gray skies. What's it look like?
Yeah, unfortunately, we do still have some moisture in place, so that means with the sun, we're getting some clouds building here, especially over the mountainous terrains and on the Wasatch Front. Here in the Salt Lake Valley, we do have quite a bit of cloud cover. Still thinking anywhere between 15 to 35% cloud coverage along the Wasatch Front during the time of the eclipse. So unfortunately, there will be some areas that will not be able to see the sun, but these clouds are very kind of like hit and miss. So if you get into a spot where you can't see past the cloud, you'll be able to see it just fine. Honestly, it looks like the northern Wasatch Front, the southern Wasatch Front we'll be doing all right for the eclipse, right around 15% cloud coverage. Just us here in the Salt Lake Valley might be dealing with a little bit more clouds, and especially the folks in the mountains will be dealing with the clouds as well.
Sam, just tell it like it is. Where do I have to drive to in the next 30 minutes to catch the partial eclipse?
Yeah, if you're looking for the best spot right now, it's looking like Price and the Uinta Basin are looking like the best places. And it looks like, if you could leave right now, you might just get there by the time the peak comes. But Provo area is looking all right, and a little bit west into the to the Salt Flats looks pretty well right now as well.
What does it look like as far as the real path, the path of totality? I mean, it's crossing so much from Texas to Maine. Does it look to be fairly clear, or are there all sorts of clouds coming in across the U.S.?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a few areas have some cloud cover, as you just mentioned earlier. Eastern Texas is looking pretty well socked into clouds right now. So, things aren't looking too great for them down there. But up through Arkansas, it looks like clouds could be quite a bit less around the time of the eclipse as it's moving through there, and into southern Illinois, a little bit of cloud coverage. Really the best shot at having clear skies for this eclipse is looking like northern New Hampshire and northern Maine at this time.
Go figure.
I don't think we're
if you
getting
can
there
catch
in
a flight
time.
there.
yeah. Yeah, as long as it's as an F-16, if we're going to hit Maine in time.
Thank you, meteorologist Sam Weber with the National Weather Service out of Salt Lake City, dialing us up today to talk about cloudy or clear for the eclipse. We'll have a partial eclipse, it'll be about 50% here in Utah. But the question is, will you even notice it? If the clouds are as dark as they are right now, hovering over Salt Lake City, chances are you won't notice much. But if you jump in the car and you want to head toward Price, Carbon County area, there's a gas station there you can hang out at and check out the partial eclipse.
It's going to start at, around 11:30?
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to have the full partial eclipse.
It'll amp up.
Around 12:30 is where we expect the most coverage here in Utah.
So earlier today, I wasn't joking when I said we had Professor Paul Ricketts at the University of Utah dial up the David Dujanovic show from Pencil Bluff, Arkansas. And he talked about what time it'll be hitting Utah.
So for there, it's a little bit different just because of how geometry works. But I believe it's going to start, like the maximum portion of it is going to start around, 12:30-ish for you. But the actual eclipse where you start seeing it kind of start moving across the sun is going to be about 11:30, if I believe.
Okay, so we're about 30 minutes away from that happening. The best view, according to the National Weather Service, is Maine, New Hampshire.
Mm-hmm.
If we were to get on an SR-71 Blackbird traveling at 2,100 miles an hour, we would barely make it. That's what it would take to get to Maine right now.
We all know that we have to still wear our glasses, right? Just because we're getting a partial eclipse doesn't mean you can stare at the sun. Don't. Paul Ricketts, he's a professor. He's chasing. I would say he was even an eclipse chaser. He's chasing the total eclipse. He chased it to Pencil Bluff, Arkansas. He's going to call us the last part of our show to check in with us. But we asked him what Utah will see once it gets here. Now, it starts in just about 25 minutes or so.
Utah is going to see less than 50%. And so since it's going to be less than 50%, you're not going to be able to see totality, and you're going to have to make sure you're wearing your glasses the whole time, because if you look at the sun too long, or even sometimes just glance at it, it depends on how your eyes are, it could actually cause you to have permanent damage for your eyes. But it's going to look like somebody is basically taking a big chunk out of the sun, like took a big bite out of it slowly and then kind of puts it back. That's all you're going to see there, but it's still kind of a cool effect because it doesn't happen very often for basically everybody, unless you're one of the eclipse chasers and travel all around to see it.
Professor Ricketts is with the University of Utah Astronomy and Physics Department, and he took two different telescopes, one specifically designed for eclipses and another one that had the special lens covering, the filter for his other one. But yeah, he was traveling with multiple telescopes.
During the last total eclipse in 2017, there was a 10-degree temperature drop.
Makes sense.
And also, dogs, cats, birds, and other wildlife probably explains why CNN is broadcasting live from the giraffe exhibit at the zoo in some other state where there's going to be the total eclipse. They start acting a little differently. I don't know if giraffes, I don't know what they do. But we will continue our live coverage of Total Eclipse 2024 in the 11 o'clock hour. Also, Boyd Matheson joining us next. President Biden announcing another student loan debt relief plan.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 11 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. Our top local story this hour. We're expecting jury selection to continue today in the trial of Chad Daybell in Boise. And if those are jury selection procedures can be finished today, then it's possible we'll see opening arguments begin tomorrow. 600 North in Salt Lake City has been a trouble spot for a while. A number of accidents through that area, but the road will be getting a facelift. KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla reports.
The 600 North stretch of road has been a trouble spot for the city. 24,000 cars hit the road each day, and the corridor has had 139 crashes in the past 5 years, with 2 pedestrian deaths. The makeover is to improve safety and hopefully reduce the number of accidents. The new design creates bike lanes, lays down center medians, and adds to the pre-existing crosswalks.
The plan also includes extended curbs and some slower speed limits. Our top national story this hour, we're looking at waiting for the solar eclipse to begin, and some of the spots in the path of today's total solar eclipse could see clouds. That's especially true in South Texas. Then clear skies expected over most of the path from Texas to Maine, where the eclipse will be visible. Here in Utah, 49% of the sun will be covered by the moon when the eclipse reaches its peak. That's expected around 12:30 this afternoon, Mountain Time. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up on the day 41 points, the NASDAQ up 28. And our KSL weather, we could see some clouds around here as well. That's next. KSL News Time, 11:02.
Here's a way to get breaking news updates anywhere you go.
At the store or in a work meeting, you can get breaking news on your phone.
You can quickly read it, swipe, or click for more. It's super discreet, super fast.
That's the app for KSL News Radio.
Believe it or not, most small businesses don't have a 401k. If you don't have a 401k, you are missing out on the greatest wealth creation tool ever created. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and many 401ks are overpriced for the employer, have expensive and underperforming investment options, and have tedious administrative provisions. Not at Trajan Wealth. We can set up a 401k for a company for only $8 per employee, a $65 per plan fee, plus a small advisory fee. That's right, not thousands or even the tens of thousands you've been quoted. And do it all in less time than it takes to sit in traffic. If you have 5 or more employees, these 401ks will help you attract and retain top talent. And if you're an employee and don't have a 401k, tell your boss. Call Trajan Wealth today. Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Services offered through a third-party partner.
Healthcare with human kindness is here. It's at Common Spirit Health. Hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advance healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Together, we have a common purpose, partnering with you in health and healing using powerful medicine, powerful technology, and the greatest power of all, human kindness. You'll know it when you see it, because human kindness is in every care site and in every caregiver. Common Spirit Health. Hello, human kindness.
Hey guys, do you know your T level? Revive Men's Health here in Salt Lake City is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Revive's customized ED treatments can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. With both in-person and telemedicine appointments available, plus free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Having an optimal testosterone level can change your whole life, and it starts with knowing your T level. Take that first step and book your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation, and kickstart your treatment with a free supply of ED medication this month only. Call Revive Men's Health Salt Lake City at 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Ricky Meese.
We had a little bit of heavy and slow traffic southbound I-15 in Utah County going from Pleasant Grove to Linden. That has cleared. We are back to a crash-free, delay-free drive on the Valley freeways. Beat the spring cleaning rush and call Zero Res. Get 3 rooms plus a hallway. Zero Resified for $99. Visit ZeroRes.com and book your appointment today. Zero Res. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
And our KSL weather, cooler air from the weekend stays over Utah with some clouds. Then the sun comes out. It'll warm into the 70s by Thursday and Friday. And right now, 45 degrees, partly cloudy. I'm Dan Bomas from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories. On KSL News Radio, Dave and Dujanovic have inside sources.
We're going to talk to Boyd Matheson about the president's newest plan to eliminate even more student loan debt. There's some specific categories of debt that he wants to forgive, and you're wondering, haven't we seen this play before? Watched this movie before? Yeah, he's back. It's the sequel.
Well, we're over almost $150 billion in student loan forgiveness so far. $150 billion, and that's not me just coming up with that number. That's what they're bragging about at WhiteHouse.gov. They're like 146 billion so far, and we're continuing to move forward. Boyd, the Supreme Court struck down his original plan, and it does seem like he's like, oh, that's fine. I'm going to do the end around and try it from a different angle. Am I reading that properly?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely going through the agency. So initially he tried to do the big enchilada all at once, and the court just said, sorry.
Can't do that.
Not your lane, not your job. That's got to go through Congress. So now what he's done is he's gone back to the agencies, and a lot of this through the Department of Education, and doing this by rule. And so what they've announced today, this particular plan, is mostly dealing with those who have what they're terming as runaway interest payments. So where the total amount they owe now is even more because they haven't been paying on the interest at all. And so that's really the runaway portion of this that they're trying to get rid of. It's interesting, you break it down, some of it there's no assessment in terms of your income or ability to pay. And then there are portions of this that are needs-based. If you've been paying on it for over 20 years, if you're in a certain category, if you've had a certain life challenge or whatever. So there are different elements to it. Now, here's the real important thing in all of this. The plan is not done. So this plan that everyone is talking about today is not even finished. It will be months before it is finished. And then the moment it is done, which they expect will be in about the fall, then the lawsuit will be filed. And it will start working its way through the court. And so they're doing something politically that's very smart. They're going out saying, hey, we're helping minority communities. We're helping those that are struggling. And they'll be able to talk about it like they're talking about it today until the fall. And so it's a good political messaging move.
But there's
for
some
them.
rulemaking processes that have to be taken care of too. So they're going to go through that, And then it looks like if it does take effect, it won't really take effect until July 1st of 2025, which he may not even be in office. He may be. We don't know. Yeah. But I do think there's some really important discussion points here. For example, like if you were paying on your home loan, and this happened actually back when a whole bunch of people ran out and got qualified for loans to buy homes back in the early 2000s, mid 2005, 2006, and then ended up doing the interest-only payments, and then they had the balloon payments come up, and it ended up going into short. Lots of people, lots of folks ended up short selling homes they couldn't afford to be in with, or have their homes foreclosed on. So I think that does have to be addressed with student loans if there's this runaway interest, as you put it, where, they seem to be, people are paying on their loans for 20 years, and those loans are bigger than when they initially took them out. That sounds really scammy to me. Like, what is going on with those? And I really want to know more about that particular aspect of it. So, I think before we just dismiss all of that as, oh, well, here's Biden on the campaign trail, forgiving more student loans or making promises. We don't know if he's going to be able to keep them or not. What about that aspect of this?
Yeah, that's a great point, Deb. And I think the one thing that we all have to know is when we take out a loan, the math always wins. And you can do an interest-only payment. You can do reduced payments. You can do principal-only payments. And all of those things. The math always wins. And so some of the things that the government has done under Republicans and Democrats alike on some of these loans has been to say, okay, you don't have to make payments for the next year, but it will continue to accrue interest. And so people say, oh, that's exactly what I need a break from this. I just can't keep up with my payments. So I'm gonna take that deal, which a lot of people will say is a scam, and not have to pay anything for a year, but I'm still accruing interest on loans. Credit card companies do this all the time. And people take a break for 6 months, but they don't realize that their total amount is continuing to rise because that interest continues to accrue. And this is why government's so bad at anything dealing with dollars and cents, is because they haven't recognized the two important laws that we should be teaching starting in the first grade. Math always wins, and the absolute predictability of consequences. You called out those that bought homes they probably shouldn't have been in. The banks were complicit on that as well, giving people.
But there are a lot of people that gave the homes back to the banks and short sold those homes, and the banks took a lot of losses, and the whole housing market collapsed. And so that was a runaway train, and that ultimately led to the demise of our economy for quite some time. I mean, the housing market collapse was what the first domino to fall, and then we had all of these other things fall. So a lot of people gave their homes back to the bank,
no question,
and they're not being prosecuted for that, and we forgave those, and they moved on, and then they went and bought other homes. So how do we marry these two issues?
But banks are different than government. I think we have to keep that point clear. And this is why some people question whether government should be involved in student loans. That's an interesting thing to look at. But again, I agree with you, Deb, in terms of what happened with the banks. The banks took wild risks they never should have been taking, it did.
Is this just government loans then that he's forgiving? He's not forgiving the private loans.
No, that's
right.
Correct.
Okay, so it's just the government loans. So that's where you see the difference coming in. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
So with
the
all
impact on the economy ultimately ends up being the same, though.
Exactly. It's all the same. So the $150 billion that's been forgiven so far, I think part of what's interesting in talking about the impact on the economy is this is no longer money that is going into the government. So it's kind of a de facto tax cut in the sense that the revenue is no longer coming in to the government to spend, and I would imagine that's just going to increase deficit spending even more.
Yeah, it'll increase deficit spending, and it will increase the total amount of debt, which, again, if we just apply it to the government, so we're going to spend more than we bring in again, we're going to reduce the amount that we're going to bring in, and then we're going to spend even more. On interest. Yeah. And as that interest goes up, that's the one thing that everyone kind of has the nervous chuckle about, but that is math always wins. It will be one of the largest items in the federal budget starting this year. Only Social Security and Medicaid will be bigger. It'll be as big as defense We'll spend as much just on interest. And the thing that we have to remember on that is just like at my house or your house, if you're spending money on interest, you don't get anything out of that. You don't get groceries, you don't get gas, you don't get a new car, you don't get education for your children. And so when the government is having one of its largest line items be interest, that's not buying roads, that's not buying better schools, that's not providing health care, that's not doing anything else that government could or should do for the citizens. It's just going to interest.
Boyd, thank you. I'm thinking about President Biden coming. Would you call it, Dave, an end round with his student loan forgiveness after? Yeah. It reminds me of the play that Caitlin Clark had on Friday night, and that game where she bounced the ball off the back of the Who were they playing? I can't remember that far back. I was watching UConn. I was watching the back of the legs of the player, and it shaved a second off. It's like there's always a workaround, right? And they end up going and winning the game. This is what President Biden is like. This is the political equivalent of, Caitlin Clark. Inbounding the ball off the back of the opposing teammate.
That's good. That's good, Debbie. That's really good. I like that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And we'll see if the Supreme Court comes in and slam dunks over Biden's head on this one again.
Yeah, and it'll be just as you said, Debbie. None of this will get real until the middle of 2025. And
important point.
Who knows where we'll be at that point.
Yeah.
Boyd Matheson, thank you. This portion of the Dave and Dujanovic Show is brought to you by Window World. If you want to replace your windows and doors without the hassle or baloney, call Window World of Utah today.
Boyd, the hope stealer, the stealer of hope. It's not even going to take effect till 2025, if it does at all. Boyd, great discussion. Look forward to your show today at 1 o'clock. Next, the school kids. Are we going to hear from school kids? Or are we going to hear from a teacher? A teacher from the Granite School District calling the show next to share how students in Utah are participating and experiencing today's partial eclipse in Utah.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Dave and Debbie go out of their way to make sure you hear all sides of a story.
They're working the phones to get several viewpoints on for you.
Hi, it's Tim and Amanda. We get you the full story, too.
We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Opening statements could be this week.
His trial likely to take several weeks longer than Lori Vallow-Daybell's trial.
In the trial of Chad Daybell.
Another factor is the death penalty.
Get special coverage live from the courtroom, breaking updates on testimony and legal analysis all this week. The trial of Chad Daybell.
We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
Advertising used to be simple. Your options were radio, TV, newspaper, and let's not forget the yellow pages. Now it seems like a tidal wave of options. Podcast, cable TV, streaming, OTT, CTV, audio networks, smart speakers. On top of that, you need digital marketing for your website along with SEM, SEO, display, video, YouTube, email, and all the social media platforms. Look, you're the expert in your business. Wouldn't it be nice to have an expert to market you? We are Bonneville Salt Lake, the local marketing and media company you know and trust. We reach customers across all digital and social platforms and have the reach of traditional advertising available as well. We find your customer anytime, any place, anywhere on any device here in Utah or anywhere in the world. We work to optimize your results with our in-house local team of experts, providing you with qualified leads, not just impressions. Contact Stephanie Palmer at KSL for a free consultation, including a complete digital audit with no obligation or cost to you. Email spalmer@ksl.com. That's spalmer@ksl.com.
Hi, everyone. It's Congressman Blake Moore here.
One of my top priorities in Congress is addressing our crippling national debt, which has surpassed $34 trillion for the first time in American history. For the sake of the next generation's ability to achieve the American dream, Congress must take action to rein in our government spending and more efficiently and responsibly spend our federal resources. I'm working hard in Congress to craft policy proposals that lower our spending and deficits. On the House Budget Committee, we introduced our budget resolution for fiscal year 2025. According to the Budget Committee majority, this resolution proposes no new taxes, grows the economy over 3 times faster than the debt, balances the budget in 10 years, and much more. We've also passed through committee common sense legislation that would require transparency to the American people about the state of our nation's finances so big government can be held accountable. It's an honor to bring Utah's sound fiscal policy to Washington, and I will continue to fight for the American family as we seek to give our children a better economic future. Paid for by the official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Any Hour Services can help unclog any drain in your house, whether you have a backup, a clog, or a slow drain you want fixed. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
In just a few minutes, the partial eclipse will make an appearance in Utah. So the good news for Maria Chaleos is the total eclipse is going to be happening smack dab in the middle of her show. So join her this afternoon at noon for full coverage right after the Dave and Dujanovic show of today's total eclipse throughout a good swath of the United States.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bonas. First, today's solar eclipse begins at 11:25 Mountain Time, peaks around 12:30. Here in Utah, 49% of the sun will be covered by the moon. Second, Salt Lake City trying to fix one of its traffic trouble spots, 600 and 700 North on the west side. And third, if jury selection wraps up today, opening arguments could begin in Chad Daybell's murder trial tomorrow. Right now, 45 degrees, partly cloudy in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
We're supposed to have a teacher call the show from the Granite School District. But I think, maybe they're corralling the kids to get them ready for the partial eclipse. It's supposed to start any minute now.
Partial eclipse, complete cloud cover. That's what we're dealing with right now. And I feel so bad because it's so exciting. It's going to be fun. Everyone's kind of on pins and needles. I'm just not sure at what point it breaks cover.
I know you can find this shocking, but I took a ton of notes earlier today and last night about the eclipse. Of course, my iPad just flipped off. I'll get to that in just a second. Let's go to CNN Live. They're in Kerrville, Texas, where the partial eclipse. Oh, look at that. The moon is starting to cover the sun. Oh, it's so cool. Let's listen.
Amor. Con mucho amor. If you had told me that I was going to be imitating What de Megalo on CNN when I was a little kid, I would have told you were full of crap. Rosa, so it looks like the weather is fantastic out there. You mentioned that there are crowds gathering. I'm wondering what the food is like. We just had a donut up here, but I'm hungry again. Is there any special food to commemorate the eclipse where you are in Kerrville?
You know, in Texas, there's always special barbecue. I've seen giant chicken legs out here. There's a little bit of everything, of course, with a Texas twist. And this is the Texas Hill Country. I mean, the cowboy capital of the world is just, down the street here. So there's a little bit of everything. There's people here from Texas. There's also people here from all over the world, just like Ian was coming in from Wales. But I gotta tell you, Boris and Brianna, you're really starting to see and feel just something different. I don't know exactly how to describe it. A little bit of twilight, perhaps, is the best way that I can describe it here, because the shadows don't exactly look how we normally see the shadows. And this is my first total eclipse experience, so this is different for me. I can tell you that it definitely feels different. And every now and then, there's this cool breeze that we can feel, even though the sun is out. It's very weird, but it's a very cool experience.
All right, that's CNN Live in Kerrville, Texas. In the 11 o'clock hour, we're going to take you live with News Nation that's standing by in Niagara Falls. So that'll be a really very cool experience. To see the total eclipse, you'd have to be in Texas Arkansas, which thankfully our professor from the University of Utah, he's not our professor, but we feel like he's our professor today. He spoke to us in the 9 o'clock hour. He's going to be calling us from Professor Ricketts will be calling us from Pencil Bluff, Arkansas, a town of 145 households. So you can be in Arkansas, Cleveland, Buffalo, Indianapolis to see the total eclipse. And you won't see this again in the 48 states until 2044.
Yeah, 2044. Right now, it looks like East Texas is socked in with a lot of cloud cover. Right now, we're watching, and you can follow this online. NASA has a great view. They've been broadcasting this live, so there's a YouTube channel. Just Google NASA and the eclipse, and you'll get that live coverage.
Can we link that to our KSL News Radio Facebook page, Caitlin, that website, that NASA website that Dave just rattled off there? Get that link to our KSL News Radio Facebook page so you can join us on our Facebook page. We've been asking Utahns on KSL News Radio's Facebook page all morning long, hey, are you traveling out of state to see the eclipse? And we know from, I'm trying to find, here she is, Elena Lohman from Utah. We know she climbed in her car with a bunch of family members. Sounds like she's younger, a child, and headed to Texas. Oops, hold on a second. Here we go.
The eclipse, and we spent 20 hours in a vehicle with 8 people. No, it's not going to be worth it.
And she said if there's cloud cover, it's just not
If I'm not
going to
see the eclipse, and we spent 20 hours in a vehicle with 8 people, no, it's not going to be worth it.
20 hours in a vehicle with 8 people. You better be going to Disneyland for that.
Eclipse chasers are a special breed. I've got a couple of friends from my neighborhood that are in Seymour, Indiana. They said beautiful blue skies so far.
Perfect. We know that in Utah to see the partial eclipse, which is starting right now, but we can't tell because there's cloud cover. The peak of the partial eclipse will be in about an hour from now. But to really get a good feel for it, we spoke to the National Weather Service earlier today, and they said you got to be in Price. You got to be in Price, Utah. So that's, on your way to Grand Junction, Colorado. So Paula on our KSL News Radio Facebook page says we're surrounded by Utahns at the Kirtland Temple site.
Oh.
And Kim says they're at home in McClellan. Is it McClellan, Texas? And then Kathy said, yeah, she's in Cleveland. And Arlene said she's in Marble, Texas. The clouds are clearing, so she hopes she gets a real view. And then Lauren chimes in and says, we love Marble Falls, Texas. Who in the world's what is Marble Falls, Texas? Now I feel like I got to go.
You guys are finding the most random cities in America. Like you're just making stuff up at some point.
Professor Ricketts is in Pencil Bluff, Arkansas. Greg says we're in Central Texas. Dawn says they traveled to San Antonio. Becky says Conway, Arkansas. These sound like one-horse towns with one gas station.
A 3-legged horse at that. Like you don't even get a full horse in some of these towns.
And we asked Professor Ricketts, we said, hey, why in the world did you pick Pencil Bluff, Arkansas, besides for the name? I asked him, did he just throw a dart at a map? And he said, no, because it really, well, first of all, they could find a hotel room there. That matters. And then also because it is in the path of totality. Where I think this is really special is because so few, this is more than a news story, this is an experience, but so few news stories that we report on bring us together. Where we just forget about everything and we're in the moment, and the moment is super, super duper cool. Like the cool factor of seeing the sun right now on that NASA site being crossed by the moon. And now it's like the sun is kind of a crescent sun instead of the moon being a crescent moon. And thousands and thousands of people are gathered in Mazatlan, Mexico, all the way up to New York and beyond and Maine to see this all in one place that's really what stands out to me in this story today. Nothing more, nothing less. It's just a really super cool moment.
And it doesn't require you to be some astronomer or expert on these things. It looks very cool. And it goes quickly. Again, in Pencil Bluff, Arkansas, middle of nowhere, the totality is only going to be 4 minutes long. So you've built up all this driving time, resources, money for 4 minutes of that total eclipse. And that's likely a once-in-a-lifetime experience, right? The next time this is going to happen over the United States is 20 years. Well, maybe not once in a lifetime. That's an overstatement. But it's still 20 years away.
Planning on kicking the bucket. But I will be 77 years old when that happens. I will be there no matter where it is. And if it's in Utah, I'll probably go somewhere else just for the experience. Here's what Professor Ricketts told us when he called the show earlier. He's going to call again in about 20 minutes from Pencil Bluff. He said, here's what we're going to see in Utah.
Utah is going to see less than 50%. And so since it's going to be less than 50%, you're not going to be able to see totality, and you're going to have to make sure you're wearing your glasses the whole time, because if you look at the sun too long, or even sometimes just glance at it, it depends on how your eyes are, it could actually cause you to have permanent damage for your eyes.
Okay. You don't get a pass if you're in Utah. So you got to put your solar glasses on and before you look at the sun. I think it's happening. We just can't tell for sure. Oh, but wait a minute, Dave. Look outside. There's just this really weird reflection off of the parking lot across the street. I don't know if that's the partial eclipse or if that's just my eyeballs going a little wild here. But we're going to have straight ahead. The Granite District school teacher promises to call the show in a few minutes to tell us what the kids are up to. We're going to go live to Niagara Falls, where that could be the most spectacular, amazing moment of all. And then Professor Ricketts calling us from Pencil Bluff, Arkansas in about 20 minutes to tell us if the town has doubled in size in the last couple of hours.
It's 11:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top story this hour, the partial solar eclipse over Utah has begun, with the moon starting to cover up the sun. At its peak in about an hour, 49% of the sun will be obscured for observers here in Utah. The eclipse ends at 1:40 Mountain Time. If you don't have eclipse glasses to look at the sun safely, you can project the image of the sun using a couple of index cards. You just poke a pinhole in one and project the image of the sun on the other. When opening remarks begin in the Chad Daybell trial, the prosecution may be saying almost the same thing as they did during Lori Vallow's trial.
I really expect, Debbie, that the state's opening remarks will be very, very similar to what they gave in Lori's. Of course, there's an additional homicide with Chad for his ex-wife, so they've got to outline their case as it relates to Chad allegedly murdering her.
KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas tells Dave and Dujanovic Daybell's defense will be very different from Vallow's since they lost her case. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average looks like it's down, or it's up just a bit. The NASDAQ also up a few points right now. And our KSL weather, we've got some clouds that may get in the way of your eclipse watching. That's next. KSL News Time, 11:32.
News doesn't just mean information or dates.
It's the story of our local history being told in real time.
Be a part of the story. This is Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
We hope to be a part of your story. We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
All we're doing is talking about the weather right now. And that's what happens. When weather changes happen, more blackouts are prevalent. And it's not just the solar eclipse blackout that we're talking about, which means you may need a standby generator.
And you'll want to call Master Electrical. You know what? We know that people need their medical equipment running at all times. They cannot be at a loss because the electricity has gone out. Dave just bought an EV, an electric vehicle. If the electricity were to go out at your house for an extended period of time, Dave, you would absolutely want a Generac generator installed in your home from Master Electrical.
Yeah, Master Electrical is the premier dealer for the Generac, and they have different financing. It fits almost any budget. They maintain the highest standards for homeowners. All you have to do is go to masterelectrical.com to learn more, schedule an appointment, have them come out and walk you through whether or not you need a standalone generator, a standby generator. Just check out more at masterelectrical.com.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow. Provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Just go to newnordicusa.com or visit Walgreens or Amazon to purchase. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at newnordicusa.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I'm proud to tell you we don't lay off employees when things get tough. During the pandemic, we didn't let one of our installers go. Instead, we had them clean and remodel our offices so they could still get paid. Remember the 2008 housing crisis? It was a financial nightmare for even the biggest contractors. Still, we didn't lay off a single worker. Nope, we sacrificed profits to keep paying everyone. Look, when the economy's down, most contractors are quick to lay off their workers. It's the easiest way to save money when times get tight. But at RGS Exteriors, we're loyal to our people. You know why? Because it's the right thing to do. People first, people always. That's the RGS way. For gutters, siding, windows, and more, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's rgsexteriors.com, 801-280-3110.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Ricky Meese.
A good drive on the Valley freeways and main secondaries, but crews are clearing up an accident in South Salt Lake, 30th East at 900 South. Don't miss the incredible event sale at Dave's Bernina in Provo and St. George. Save thousands on new Bernina machines used for a recent 3-day event that come with full warranties while supplies last. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Our KSL weather, cooler air from the weekend stays over Utah today. Then the sun comes out. It'll warm into the 70s by Thursday and Friday. And right now, we're at 45 degrees, partly cloudy. I'm Dan Bomas from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Well, we should be in partial eclipse. Unfortunately, we might not know that with all of the cloud cover around the Salt Lake City area. But where the total eclipse is happening from Texas all the way up to Maine, and obviously we have that live feed coming out of NASA right now. It looks super, super cool. We're going to go to Niagara Falls in just a few minutes. But first, let's get with our 8th grade science teacher, Brecken. Is it Nem?
Yes, that's correct.
Hi.
Hi.
So you're with Thomas Jefferson Junior High in the Granite District. How are you getting the kids involved today? Are they outside right now?
They're actually at lunch. I'm trying to get the telescope set up for the main event of the eclipse, hopefully, for some of my later classes. But yeah.
Please tell me there's some blue sky.
You know, the clouds just cleared up, actually. So
oh, really?
It's looking pretty nice over here.
Okay, so are you seeing anything so far? Is there any kind of coverage?
Yeah, so right now, if you are looking the lower right side of the sun, you can kind of see the moon moving into the path of the sun. So
fun for these kids. Are they excited?
Yeah, they're pretty excited. They saw the telescope and they got pretty pumped for it. So,
Do you have enough solar glasses for them?
we'll probably be sharing, but I think that we've pulled out a couple of different materials with holes in them so that they can also just see how the shadow changes based on the moon in front of the sun, and it kind of makes a crescent-shaped shadow, which is pretty cool.
Well, thank
So,
you.
yeah.
This sounds like a ton of fun. Excited. I'm super thankful that you're starting to see some blue skies because we're just getting a little sliver here in downtown Salt Lake. So best of luck setting up the telescope. Thanks for taking the time.
Okay, let's go live to Niagara Falls. News Nation's national correspondent, Caitlin Becker, what are you seeing?
Unfortunately, we've got cloud cover just like you do. We're pretty much totally covered with clouds today, but you can't beat the backdrop of Niagara Falls. We are set up right here at Horseshoe Falls. It's incredible. They were expecting roughly 1 million people in Niagara Falls State Park on the New York side, as well as on the Canadian side. We're just not seeing those numbers today. I just spoke with people who thinks that the weather may have played a part in that people just decided to stay off the road, stay home, since you really can't see anything. But I also just spoke with NASA astronaut Jeremy Hansen, who told me that even with the cloud cover, the light is going to change. It's going to get really dark. The temperature is going to change. So we're going to still experience something. It's just not what we originally thought it was going to be.
So when you were looking at the forecast, is it playing out exactly like you thought? Not how you hoped, but kind of how you thought it was going to play out?
It really depends on the day that we were looking at the weather. Unfortunately, when we were looking at it about a week ago, things looked partly cloudy. We were going to see some sunshine, but it just was it seemed as we got closer to this day, it was just getting cloudier and cloudier. So we did kind of anticipate this. The sun broke through a little while ago, so everyone was pretty hopeful, but there's still a season out here. People were camping. Hope to get some sort of a celestial show, but it definitely isn't what we originally hoped for.
Caitlin Becker live for us at Niagara Falls. She's a national correspondent for News Nation. We love working with News Nation. You guys always do such a great job for us with our coverage and helping us bring these stories to life for us here in Utah. Do you think people are going to just have you talked to people? Are they disappointed, Caitlin?
Not yet. People seem to be still pretty upbeat. I mean, it's kind of hard to be disappointed when you're sitting at Niagara Falls looking at this incredible, piece of Mother Nature out here. It's just such an awe-inspiring scene. So people are okay. I think, when it comes to something like this and you can't predict the weather, people anticipate maybe it's not going to go exactly as planned. But honestly, I've seen people coming and really not people leaving. So I guess people are still hopeful.
Around what time do you expect Niagara Falls to see the eclipse?
We will start our partial eclipse in like the 2 o'clock-ish hour, and it should carry over until about 4, but somewhere in that sort of 3:18, 3:20, 3:30 sweet spot is going to be when we're going to get that total eclipse.
Yeah, that's going to be Eastern time, so you're a couple hours ahead, and we're just starting
we've got some time hoping for that sunshine.
Oh, really? Do you think the clouds might clear?
We saw a peek of it, so you never know with this kind of thing, but I don't know. It looks pretty bleak right now.
Looks pretty thick.
You got to be you got to be a little bit realistic too in moments like this. Caitlin, thank you so much. Have fun out there. I think it'd be a fun assignment to get to cover a total eclipse.
This would be
Niagara
so
Falls. Caitlin
profoundly...
Becker, thank you so much of News Nation.
I would be so profoundly disappointed if I were to travel and not see something. I don't know how you could think glass half full with, hey, there's going to be a little temperature drop and it will be less bright. I would be so angry.
You sound a lot like Elena Lohman, who's the Utah resident who spoke with Jim Ryan with the ABC News about their trip to Texas.
If I'm not going to see the eclipse and we spend 20 hours in a vehicle with 8 people, no, it's not going to be worth it.
But look, it's the chance you take when you.
We do it for sporting events, right? We go to a game, we follow our favorite team. There's no guarantee they're going to win. I've walked away with a lot of games where I was like, not worth it.
Okay.
Wish I hadn't paid for those tickets.
Okay, so let me do a little pop quiz for you. How much did the temperature drop in 2017 during the last total eclipse?
Oh, just guessing? It can't be much. Like, what, 10 degrees?
Perfect. You've been saying all show long that we've been saying that the next eclipse in the total 48 states will be in 2044, August 12th to be exact. But when is the next eclipse just outside of the outside of the 48 continuous states?
The eclipse happens every year plus. I think I want to say 15, 16 months. So I think it happens fairly often. It's just the fact that it's not crossing right over the United States.
Okay, so there'll be another one in Alaska in March of 2033. So we don't have to wait quite as long. The last part of today's eclipse, it'll scoot out of the United States of America at 3:35 Eastern time this afternoon. And then the question is what is going on right now? This is the only thing I've thought about all day. What is going on right now in Pencil Bluff, Arkansas, where Professor Paul Ricketts is live. He's a University of Utah professor. We forgot to ask him if he drove there, Dave, or if he flew there.
If you're carrying a couple different telescopes, I would think you've got to drive that.
Let's ask him when he calls the show.
You want to pack that?
Yeah, let's ask him when he calls the show next.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Current events can have a lot of moving parts. Our job is to make it easy to keep up.
You're part of a bigger world, so spend 15 or 20 minutes here and be part of it.
Join us weekday mornings between 5 and 9 on KSL News Radio.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling ZeroRes. Dust, dander, and bacteria are living and breeding in your carpet, upholstery, air ducts, and more with nowhere to go. The spring season allergens such as pollen are coming out of hibernation ready to invade your home. Check out the 3,300 raving customer reviews with a 4.8 Google rating and see what the hype is all about. This month, get 3 rooms ZeroResified from Salt Lake's #1 carpet cleaner, starting at just $99, and they'll throw in a free hallway. Plus, take 25% off your air ducts cleaning to get that true spring cleaning feel. Call ZeroRes right now, 801-288-9376, or go online to ZeroRes.com and say you want the KSL special, ZeroRes. Spell it backwards or forwards. It's the right way to clean.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. Cicero is a management consulting firm headquartered in Salt Lake City. They use data and expertise to generate insights, create actionable strategies, and drive transformation. Principal Callie Kennel joins us with more.
At Cicero, we believe that no strategic decision can be made without the right context, perspective, and data. That's why we focus on building solutions on a foundation of accurate data collection and sophisticated analysis. We also incorporate ongoing feedback mechanisms to improve engagement, increase innovation, and drive continuous improvements. Most recently, Cicero was ranked in Vault.com's top 50 consulting firms in North America for our commitment to quality services. We also achieved the Rising Star Award from Consulting Magazine. These accolades are a testament to our excellence in work culture, professional development, and collaboration. We are not interested in handing our clients a glossy report with smart but impractical ideas. Our goal is to help organizations identify and implement actionable, lasting changes that drive measurable impact. We bring a passion for our work to help your business succeed. Learn how at cicerogroup.com.
Cicero works with a broad range of industries, including education, technology, retail, and entertainment, to create impactful solutions tailored to your needs. You can learn more at their website. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
How do you protect your business against cyber attacks and ransomware? Learn at the annual WebCheck Cyber Summit. Register today at webchecksecurity.com. That's webchecksecurity.com.
Boyd Matheson. Listening to Inside Sources is a little different from just reading the headlines because we're always going to get you into that think again moment. We have experts from around the country, across the world, and right here local to home that'll help us dive in and get past just the hype, the fluff, the fake fights, and the false choice so we can get into the news to help you connect the dots and make the news make sense.
Join Inside Sources with Boyd Matheson, 1 to 3 on KSL News Radio.
Social Security is with you through life's journey from birth to retirement. As your life changes year to year, so do your needs. For over 80 years, Social Security has helped to meet your needs and is committed to improving access to the services that make a difference in your life. Today, you can verify your earnings, estimate your future benefits, apply for retirement, manage your benefits, and even change your address, all from the comfort of your home. Social Security's online services help put you in control with secure access to your information anytime, anywhere, allowing you to spend more time with family, friends, or simply just enjoying the day. Social Security, securing today and tomorrow. See what you can do online at socialsecurity.gov.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bonas. First, we're a few minutes into a partial solar eclipse in Utah. Started at 11:25, peaks around 12:30 Mountain Time. Hundreds of thousands of people have traveled to the path of totality, which stretches from Texas to Maine. Second, jury selection in the Chad Daybell murder trial got a bit of a late start this morning, but it's now moving ahead. And third, the national championship in men's college basketball is tonight, with Purdue taking on the Yukon Huskies. 45 degrees, partly cloudy in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
We got some breaking news out of Boise and the Chad Daybell trial. Nate Eaton of the East Idaho News tweeting out just moments ago that prosecutors and the defense have both come to terms and approved the jury. The judge then thanks the group, and that says on Wednesday morning the final jurors will return for opening statements, and that's when that jury pool will be sworn in. So they've settled on the jury pool much sooner than we had anticipated, and then opening statements begin tomorrow morning.
Which must have been quite the ordeal, quite honestly, because this story has been out there for 4 years, trying to find people that haven't heard or know or made their mind up about what has happened must have been, I would have thought, been very daunting, but they've finalized one.
Of course, tune in this afternoon. Not only Maria will have the very latest at noon, but Jeff Kaplan on your ride home for the very latest on what is going on in Boise and the preparations for tomorrow's opening statements. We will also have our very own KSL News Radio's Adam Small there for full coverage starting tomorrow morning on Utah's Morning News, and also KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas also making the drive up to Boise with Adam, and we will have full analysis throughout the day on the opening statements tomorrow right here on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic, special coverage of the top national story.
Well, the total solar eclipse is in full swing if you're in the path of totality.
And that's beginning in Mexico. Mazatlan, Mexico. They're about 15 minutes away from the first totality. Joining us right now is Professor Paul Ricketts with the University of Utah, the Physics and Astronomy Department. Thank you again for joining us. You're probably not seeing anything yet, are you?
No, we are. It actually started just about 10 or 15 minutes ago. And so we got about, maybe 10% coverage now.
Oh, wow.
How is the town of 145 homes managing this? Have you seen more people show up?
Yeah, our little parking lot area probably has around 200 people around it now.
Whoa.
So
Did you drive there?
we did, yeah. We had to carry all of our equipment, so there's no way we can fit that on a plane.
So what are you seeing, or do you just have to wait for the totality before this gets really exciting for you?
No, right now you can be using your regular sun up viewer glasses. Sorry, but we have some telescopes set up to look through too, so we're seeing it through there.
Are you gathering information for your students back here at the University of Utah, Professor?
Well, no, it's kind of hard to do that. I don't have a live capability right now, but
I see.
Posting pictures online every once in a while, and we do have one of our student staff running our observatory right now. He's got a telescope open for any of the staff and students that want to go and look.
One thing that you had mentioned that you're excited about is being able to see planets during the daytime. So How does that work? I mean, do you have to wait till it's a total eclipse, and then do they just kind of appear and start bleeding through?
So they're always there, depending on the time of year, of course. But when it gets dark enough, when the sun gets totally obscured, the entire sky around it gets dark enough, you can start seeing stars and the planets and stuff.
Paul Ricketts, he's a professor with the University of Utah Physics and Astronomy Department. He's in Pencil Bluff, Arkansas today to see the total eclipse. There are certain areas of the United States, if you're in the path of it, you get to see it in its totality. And it looks like Mazatlan, Mexico, in about 12 minutes and 35 seconds will experience first totality. And it sounds like Mazatlan, Professor, has it all over Pencil Bluff, Arkansas, in terms of turnout. I'm looking at an aerial shot from Mazatlan right now on CNN, and wherever they are, it's just a sea of people. And you picked Pencil Bluff because it sounds like you could find a hotel room there. Is there another reason why?
Well, yeah. In this area, there's a lot of mountainy regions. There's just tons of woodland areas, so you kind of have to go where you can go. We picked this spot because it was right near a road, and some of the locals had set up a hot dog stand and stuff, so that was extra. But here, it's a limited access to where you can actually see it because of just where it is. So, you're kind of either going onto people's private property or finding these little areas to kind of set up. And so we just got to watch out for that. We don't want to trample on people's property and stuff, of course. And so, we didn't have that kind of setup like they do down there. But there are places around the U.S. that have these bigger setups that kind of plan for more people and invited a lot more people. But we were just kind of going off the cuff on ours.
So how much of this for you is the excitement of the science, and how much of it is just turning into a fanboy?
It's hard to be a fanboy of eclipses just because they don't come around very often. So it's you just got to go with what you can. So, but the science part's definitely a big portion of it.
Have you ever traveled outside of the United States to see one?
No, unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to do that. Hopefully in the future, that might be in my plans. But the last several years, we've had 2 annular eclipses, and this is the second full eclipse in the U.S., so I haven't really needed to go anywhere
That's right.
else yet.
You practically have a front row seat. And how's the cloud cover? Hopefully non-existent.
It's got a little puffies here and there, but it's looking pretty good, so I think we'll have a pretty nice show today.
Well, best of luck. We're pulling for you. I hope that it blows everything out. You get blue skies and you get the perfect view. Thank you so much for joining us, Professor Ricketts.
Okay.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'm looking outside a broadcast house here out the windows of our KSL News radio studios, and the clouds are starting to clear. And I'm getting, is it just me, or I do feel like maybe there's a partial eclipse going on out there, but this is just my mind playing tricks on me, Dave.
That's a great question. We've had so much cloud cover. We've seen so so little from the blue skies. I don't know how much of it is the eclipse, but we should see kind of a frowny face. That's the path of the sun right now. It's going to be 40, 50% covered at its peak here in Utah. So you'll kind of expect this upside down. Well, I guess it's just a regular frowny face, but that's how it's gonna appear. We
appreciate everybody who called the show today to give us set the scene, from the teacher in the Granite School District, the 8th grade teacher, to Professor Ricketts. We also had the National Weather Service on, giving us the scoop on the best place to see a partial eclipse in Utah being Price, Utah, which doesn't give us enough time to get there. We'd have about 20 minutes or so for the total effect that we'd feel in Utah to get there. It's going to happen in about 20 minutes, smack dab in the middle of Maria Shileos's news coverage. Of course, another major story developing. We broke the news just moments ago that we have a jury in the trial of Chad Daybell. Of course, that trial happening in Boise, Idaho. Adam Small and Greg Skordas, our KSL legal analyst, heading to Boise for opening statements, which will happen tomorrow. So that jury selection went much faster than what we had anticipated, but they announced just a while ago that they do have a jury selected, Dave.
It will be very interesting to see if the timeline, the expectation of how long this trial lasts, is faster or slower than expected. The estimation is about 2 months, as long as 2 months for this trial.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station. Good afternoon. KSL News Time is 12 o'clock noon, and this is Utah's Noon News. I'm Maria Shileos. KSL's top story this hour, and it is breaking news. We have a jury now in the trial of Chad Daybell. KSL News Radio's Becky Bruce has the latest.
By the time the prosecution and the defense got through all their challenges, also known as peremptory strikes, there were 10 men and 8 women left to be seated on the jury. East Idaho News reports Judge Stephen Boyce laid out some ground rules for them, including that they have to wait until deliberations begin to discuss the case at all and to report it to the court if anyone tries to ask them about it.
East Idaho News reports opening arguments are planned now for Wednesday. Of the 18 selected jurors, 12 will be the main jury. The other 6 will be alternates. We do have some more breaking news here on KSL News Radio. We are just hearing that the suspect in last week's track shooting has turned himself into custody. UTA says a dispute between 3 men at the Meadowbrook track station in South Salt Lake ended with 2 men in the hospital with critical injuries. UTA says the suspect is a minor and will not be releasing any other information about them. The defense for Chad Daybell is expected to be very different from that of his wife, Lori Vallow's trial. KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas says her attorneys believe that there wasn't enough evidence to convict, which turned out not to be true.
So they're going to outline a defense, including witnesses, perhaps experts, maybe even call Chad to the stand. It'll be a significantly different defense than Lori presented.
Skordas tells KSL News Radio's David Dujanovic that Lori probably won't be involved in Chad's trial as she isn't considered credible by either side. The body of 27-year-old Tristan White was discovered after he went missing weeks ago. His stepmom, Anna White, tells KSL TV their family has been searching all over Utah.
We've been trying to understand what happened to my son, especially since he was found adjacent to the motel where he was staying.
Tristan's cause of death is still being investigated. A 6-year-old girl lost her life in a head-on collision on Highway 6 early yesterday morning. KSL TV's Shelby Lofton reports the girl and her father were on a long, tiring drive back from Colorado.
Lieutenant Evan Kirby was one of the first responders on scene around 5 a.m. He says moments later, the driver of the pickup truck went to check on his daughter, who was sitting on the passenger side.
She was in a booster and properly restrained. The damage was just so significant, it wasn't able to keep her safe.
Lieutenant Kirby says that you should take breaks and stay alert when driving for a long time. KSL's top national stories. President Biden is expected to announce a new student debt relief plan. The proposal aims to bring relief to 25 million Americans who owe more than they borrowed or who are paying decades-old loans. ABC's Karen Travers has more.
The White House says they believe they are on much more firm legal grounds than what they did last year, which was a far more sweeping attempt to help people with student debt relief. That, of course, was struck down by the Supreme Court. The authority here comes under the Higher Education Act. Now, there will still likely be legal challenges on this, which means that could get held up in court right when the administration wants to see this start getting some political mileage.
Under the new plan, borrowers who have been repaying an undergraduate loan for more than 20 years or a graduate loan for more than 25 years or more would have their entire loans forgiven. A Southwest flight had to make an emergency landing minutes after takeoff Saturday after an engine cover ripped off during the flight. ABC's Trevor Alt reports.
The FAA investigating another frightening mid-air incident. The engine cover on a Southwest flight from Denver to Houston ripping open minutes after takeoff. Exit row passengers say it happened as the plane was still ascending. They immediately lit up their call buttons. Southwest says the plane landed safely after experiencing a mechanical issue, and says our maintenance teams are reviewing the aircraft. The airline sending passengers to Houston on another plane.
Southwest apologized to its customers for the delay, but says that the safety of their customers and employees is their highest priority. Other national stories KSL is following this hour. The solar eclipse is underway. Through a bit of cloud coverage, we will see the moon covered just about half the sun. ABC's Jim Ryan captured the event in Texas where the eclipse reached totality.
They've come here from all over the world to share in the experience of watching the moon pass in front of the sun. Tiffany Lohman and her family loaded up their motorhome and drove 20 hours from Utah.
It's just family time that you can't get back, all the memories that you're making on the road.
The Lohmans were among 30,000 who reserved campsites in Texas state parks in the path of totality. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Hillsboro, Texas.
The eclipse will reach its peak here in Utah around 12:30. KSL News Time 12:05. Several Utah police departments are joining federal agencies on a fentanyl task force. Sandy Police Sergeant Greg Moffitt says this will allow them to get to the root of the problem, the dealers. There's been a lot harder work to do working at the state level.
We have laws in the state where if you have someone that is overserved alcohol at a bar, we can trace that back and we can charge those people. But we don't have anything like that for drug dealing.
Now police can trace a fatal fentanyl overdose to a drug dealer and charge them for the death, which will get them off the streets for years. First Look Traffic. Good afternoon, Ricky.
Good afternoon, Maria. We are looking at a delay-free drive on the Valley freeways, but we do have an accident. It's in Utah County, northbound I-15, about 1400 north in Springville, out of traffic on the shoulder. Ricky Meese, the KSL Traffic Center.
Okay, are you watching the cameras for the total eclipse?
I'm trying to look out the window and see if there's a shift in what the light looks like, but not quite
too many
yet.
Clouds here. I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to see.
There's too many clouds. You're right. You're right.
All right. KSL News Time 12:06.
A legacy of news and information going back generations.
I'll have the radio on. I learned that from my mom. She's listened to KSL her whole life, and I grew up listening to KSL radio too.
I really enjoy listening in the morning.
We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
Addiction is a family illness, and at Renaissance Ranch, long-term sobriety is a reality. We help family relationships so you don't have to recover alone.
We're the professional staff at Renaissance Ranch.
We don't see addicts as bad men trying to be good.
Rather sick men that need to get well.
This is our message to them. That it doesn't matter how lost, beaten down, or defeated you may feel.
Our greatest desire for you
is to see what we see.
That you are capable of healing.
Prepare to emerge to be the husband, the father, and the son that you were destined to be. So to our new brother,
we say, welcome home.
Addiction is a family illness, and at Renaissance Ranch, long-term sobriety is a reality. We help family relationships so you don't have to recover alone. New hope, new life at Renaissance Ranch.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Attention Wasatch Front businesses and property managers. Have winter conditions damaged your parking lot asphalt or concrete surfaces? Call Go Pave Utah and get on their schedule. GoPaveUtah.com.
Thank you for joining us for Utah's Noon News, recapping our top story. 18 people have been selected to serve as the 12 main jurors and 6 alternates in the trial of Chad Daybell. KSL News Time 12:08. National Park Service is being sued for not going cashless at 30 of its parks and monuments. KSL News Radio's Heather Peterson explains.
3 people have come together on the lawsuit saying the National Park Service's actions are unlawful because of a U.S. code that states cash and coins are legal tender for all public charges.
The entrance to a national park is a public charge. So for a national agency not to accept its own currency, to me, is unlawful, and hopefully the court will see it the same way.
The plaintiff's attorney, Ray Flores, says many Americans are bankless or underbanked, so the policy excludes them or forces them to pay fees for gift cards or another method of payment. They are not seeking any money for the lawsuit. They just want to see the policy changed. Heather Peterson, KSL News Radio.
Attorneys involved in 3 different legal challenges to a planned Little Cottonwood Canyon gondola are asking for those lawsuits to be combined. All 3 of the lawsuits argue UDOT didn't do it well enough to consider the alternatives to the gondola. Now they're hoping to force UDOT to start over. Currently, all the work is on hold. A group of cybersecurity undergraduates from Utah Valley University proved that they can compete with the best teams in the nation.
The Wolverines were the only entirely undergraduate team to compete in the Cyber 912 Strategy Challenge in Washington, D.C., and they took second, beating out teams from Columbia University, the United States Military Academy at West Point, and several other top schools. In a release from UVU, the team's coach calls them scrappy. Brandon Armature says during the competition, teams were required to react to a global security breach and then present solutions to industry and academic judges as the scenarios evolved. They were also required to justify their decisions while looking at how they would affect civilians, the military, law enforcement, and private companies. Don Brinkerhoff, KSL News Radio.
Utah Jazz owner Ryan Smith is asking local sports fans to send in their ideas for a potential name for an NHL team. He asked for suggestions on X this morning. Smith has been advocating for a professional hockey in Salt Lake City for a while now. In early March, state legislators approved a bill for a new mixed-use arena that would house the Utah Jazz and a potential NHL team. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Ricky Meese.
Good speeds on all the Valley freeways. We do have a small accident in Utah County. It's already in the cleanup stages. Northbound I-15 in Springville, about 1400 north. It's out of traffic on the shoulder. Then in Tooele County, we have a crash with possible injuries at 10th North. That's Highway 112. At about 6 West, which is west of Main Street SR 36, and that has been blocking lanes of travel. Beat the spring cleaning rush and call Zero Res. Get 3 rooms plus a hallway Zero Resified for $99. Visit ZeroRes.com and book your appointment today. Zero Res. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Partly cloudy skies dialed up for today with a high of 52 and maybe even a light breeze out of the northwest. Definitely on the cooler side. 34 overnight, mostly clear. Tomorrow, couple of clouds, but mainly sun. 58 the high. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, partly cloudy skies. It is looking a little darker outside. Not sure from Broadcast House right now where we're looking out the windows whether you can actually see much of that total eclipse. The peak in our area coming at 12:30. Coming up on Utah's Noon News, the South Carolina women's basketball team won the Women's National Championship yesterday. We'll get the highlights from ABC's Brad Milkey. That's next. Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We are Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 5/5/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. Equal bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
First city in North America now seeing the total eclipse of the sun. Let's listen in for just a minute to the CNN coverage.
There's a big cloud cover, but not too bad. We can still see the edge of the moon. The question right now is going to be, once we reach totality in a couple of minutes, if we're going to be able to see the full ring. Let's hope that the clouds do not interfere with that experience with these tens of thousands of people who are waiting like everybody else to see this event. Like we've been saying, there are people here from all over the world. They are experiencing this. The scientists, you know, the images that you have on screen are from NASA. They got lucky. All the scientists got lucky that Torreon happens to have a telescope that is pointing to the sun all the time. So they're able to cover this event.
And you can hear all of the excitement in their coverage. Here in Utah, here in Salt Lake City, we'll only be able to see about 50%, and that is if you don't have the cloud cover in your area. And the peak here in our area happening in just 15 minutes at 12:30. KSL News Time 12:16. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
18 people, 10 men, 8 women, have been selected to serve as the 12 main jurors and 6 alternates in the trial of Chad Daybell. I'm KSL News Radio's Becky Bruce.
Second, the long-awaited solar eclipse is underway. It will reach its peak above the Beehive State around 12:30. Third, traffic and weather together, Ricky.
Normal KSL travel times up and down the I-15 corridor between Ogden and Provo. A crash in Tooele. This is 10th North, which is Highway 112 at about 6 West, and it is blocking lanes of travel. Ricky Meeson, the KSL Traffic Center.
Cool and partly cloudy today, but warmer weather coming. I'm Matt Johnson.
Partly cloudy in downtown Salt Lake City at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Time now for KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Daria Albinger. The wait is over. Americans will soon start seeing the total solar eclipse later this hour, starting in Texas. Tiny Hillsborough is waiting for 4 minutes and 23 seconds of darkness.
The espresso machine at Stacey Hunter's coffee shop is getting a major workout.
Last week, 2 men flew in from Ireland to watch the eclipse.
Local leaders expect Hillsborough's population of 8,500 to have tripled by the time of the eclipse. So Stacey Hunter is putting her best foot forward.
I'm hoping that people will come here for the first time and fall in love and be like, I loved that little town, Hillsborough, Texas.
The concern is for the crush of traffic out of the path of totality when it's all over. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Hillsborough, Texas.
ABC's chief meteorologist Ginger Z in Carbondale, Illinois, with the best viewing spots.
There are some storms trying to build from Louisiana and the Gulf, and that's why more clouds will be in South Texas than they will in North. Indianapolis could see some increasing high clouds as we see kind of those slightly obscured, but still a really good spot to see it. Once you get up around the lakes, Cleveland started the day with rain. They've got a lot of cloud cover right now, but they're going to see decreasing cloud cover. So we're hoping for the best. Niagara will have a mix of sun and clouds. Holton, Maine, still looking like the best spot on the map.
And even if you aren't in the path of totality, you may experience a partial eclipse. The White House says former President Trump's announcement today about abortion limits being left up to the states does not undo the harm it says millions of women have experienced after Roe v. Wade was overturned.
When it comes to the fundamental freedoms at stake and the devastating health care effects that Republican officials' extreme agenda mean for more and more American women every day, we need to be clear-eyed here.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. President Biden will announce a new student debt relief plan on a visit to Wisconsin. U.S. negotiators in Gaza say there's marked progress toward a new humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. You're listening to ABC News.
Time now for the KSL In-Depth. South Carolina won the women's national championship yesterday, concluding what many consider the greatest women's college basketball season ever played. To do it, they took down the sharpshooter Caitlin Clark and her Iowa Hawkeyes.
First of all, this championship storyline. Caitlin Clark is the greatest shooter in college basketball, a sniper from long range who's now scored more points than any man or woman in NCAA history. It was Clark who derailed South Carolina last year. This was payback. But to really get people to pay attention day in and day out throughout the sport, you can't just have one star. You need several storylines. And for storylines, you need lots of great characters. In an age when most basketball fans can't name more than a couple guys in the college game, that is what the women's game has really delivered lately. True characters. In the semifinals, Clark battled Paige Beckers from UConn, while she herself has battled back from injuries to become one of the nation's most electrifying players.
Beckers twisting into the lane. Becker's not going to miss that one.
She's not just driving the lane and raining threes, she's also blowing kisses to the camera. She's got personality for days. South Carolina center Camila Cardozo is a 6'7" Brazilian who's swatting blocks left and right. Her coach, Don Staley, encourages emotion from her players. In fact, she was weeping with them after the final whistle last night.
That is ABC's Brad Milkey. He says this year's ratings skyrocketed past anything that women's basketball has ever seen. They're so fun to watch. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Ricky Meese.
We are back to a crash-free commute on all the Valley freeways. Delay-free as well. Just the one accident remaining in Tooele County. This may have been a crash with injuries. And this is in Tooele at 1000 North, which is Highway 112 at 6th West. And that's west of Main Street SR 36. Overall, though, kind of a quiet drive. I think everybody is out watching the eclipse and off of the roads. The best kept secret is this is the pass. It's a pass for fun for everyone. Now through April 30th, save $20 off every annual pass level. 362 days of fun. Visit thisisthepass.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast starting out on the chilly side. 52 today, partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow, 58, mostly sunny skies. Mid to late week looks gorgeous. 63 on Wednesday, sunny skies. Up to 71 Thursday. Friday, partly cloudy. 76, maybe a little breezy. But even Saturday, 70, partly cloudy. Sunday, 66. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now in downtown Salt Lake City, partly cloudy, 46 degrees. The 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. And checking the markets this hour, they're in positive territory. A complete update coming up next.
Advertising used to be simple. Your options were radio, TV, newspaper, and let's not forget the yellow pages. Now it seems like a tidal wave of options. Podcast, cable TV, streaming, OTT, CTV, audio networks, smart speakers. On top of that, you need digital marketing for your website along with SEM, SEO, display, video, YouTube, email, and all the social media platforms. Look, you're the expert in your business. Wouldn't it be nice to have an expert to market you? We are Bonneville Salt Lake, the local marketing and media company you know and trust. We reach customers across all digital and social platforms and have the reach of traditional advertising available as well. We find your customer anytime, any place, anywhere on any device here in Utah or anywhere in the world. We work to optimize your results with our in-house local team of experts, providing you with qualified leads, not just impressions. Contact Stephanie Palmer at KSL for a free consultation, including a complete digital audit with no obligation or cost to you. Email spalmer@ksl.com. That's spalmer@ksl.com.
In the history of the world, nobody has ever said, "Yay, we need a new roof." But when things aren't quite right up there, don't wait. Call IWC Roofing, the highest-rated roofing contractor in Utah. IWC has been in business since 1997, and they offer the best value pricing in Utah, along with the best warranty in the business. They're one of the few Owens Corning Platinum-certified roofers in the entire state. They have their own installers, no subcontractors crawling around on your roof, and at IWC Roofing, they'll send you pictures from up on the roof to show that you're getting exactly what you paid for. In most cases, they'll re-roof your home in one day. They'll clean up and pressure wash your driveway. IWC roofs more homes than any other company in Utah, so they can offer you a better price, and right now, an extra $1,500 off your new roof. Call IWC Roofing for a no-pressure quote, 801-232-5690. Call 801-232-5690 or go to IWCRoofingUtah.com.
I'm Matthew. I'm a senior at Mountain Heights Academy. It's an online school that doesn't require me to work in the hours I'm least productive. In the morning, I'm super tired. I just don't feel like I'm on my game. Mountain Heights Academy works better for my schedule because I'm more of a night person, so the majority of my school is done at night. Having that control makes me feel more confident about myself overall. It's really empowering to me.
Mountain Heights Academy is an online public school for grades 7 through 12. Visit our website to learn how it can work for you.
A fiduciary has the regulatory obligation to put your best interest first. Trajan Wealth is a financial fiduciary for your investments. With Trajan Wealth, the more you make, the more we make. Our interests are aligned. Most other financial advisors are brokers held to a lesser standard and are paid an upfront commission to sell you something. Call Trajan Wealth 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Getting help with electrical repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
KSL News Time 1225. Walmart has agreed to pay $45 million to settle a class action lawsuit. Some customers could be eligible for cash payments of up to $500. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze has more.
If you bought weighted products like meat, poultry, pork, or seafood, or if you bought bagged citrus fruit between October 2018 and January 2024, you can now file a claim to get your money back. You can file online or through the mail. If you've kept your receipts, you can qualify for up to $500 back. If not, you can get up to $25, and the deadline to apply is June 5th. If, understandably, you have not kept your receipts for the past 5 years, you can try to retrieve them on Walmart's website.
And you can see if you're eligible at walmartweightedgrocerysettlement.com. Watching Utah's money, the Biden administration is pushing for China to change its policies on industries that pose a threat to U.S. jobs. U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen stressed manufacturing overcapacity during her trip to China. She warned that Washington will not accept new low-priced Chinese imports for manufacturing items that the U.S. prefers to create domestically. Some major food companies are now offering deals or new sizes since low-income Americans are spending less. Reuters reports Americans relying on government benefits to buy food and other essentials aren't spending as much. In response, companies like Kraft Heinz are overhauling their products and strategies following years of price hikes. In the spirit of the eclipse, Pizza Hut is offering a total Eclipse of the Hut deal for only today. You can get any large pizza for just $12. And taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow is up by 34 points. It sits at 38,958. S&P is up by 5. The NASDAQ up by 22 points.
Opening statements could be this week.
His trial likely to take several weeks longer than Lori Vallow Daybell's trial.
In the trial of Chad Daybell.
Another factor is the death penalty.
Get special coverage live from the courtroom, breaking updates on testimony, and legal analysis all this week. The trial of Chad Daybell.
We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
Jazz fans, secure your seats for the next NBA season by getting season tickets. Season ticket members get special perks like team store discounts, savings on in-arena concessions, and more. Be there for every moment during the 2024-25 season by calling or texting 801-355-DUNK today. 801-355-DUNK. Let's go, Jazz.
Looking for a secure retirement plan without market risk? Look no further. Lyle Boss, president of Boss Financial, specializes in no market risk retirement strategies with guarantees of principal, guaranteed growth, and lifelong income. Join Lyle right here each Saturday and Sunday for his Safe Money radio show and call him now at 855-355-SAFE for your complimentary customized Safe Money information kit and Safe Money book. Nothing but upside here at 855-355-SAFE.
Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Ricky Meese.
We are in the final cleanup stages of the accident in Tooele, and that's at 10th North, 6th West. That's going to be west of SR 36 in Tooele County. We do have a new crash. This is southbound Highway 189 in Wasatch County. Not a lot of information on this yet. Haven't had a chance to look for it in the traffic cameras, but we'll keep you posted when we have more details. Valley Freeway traffic still looking good with no other problems. Box Elder County has gone to the birds. Spring migration is here at Bear River Migratory Bird Refuge. See what visitors are chirping about with Box Elder County. For info, activities, and more, visit boxeldercounty.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Courtesy of last weekend's storm, we'll start today on the cool side in the low 50s, partly cloudy skies. 34 overnight, we'll go to 58 tomorrow, mostly sunny skies with 60s in store as early as Wednesday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
It's partly cloudy in downtown Salt Lake City, 45 degrees. Provo at this hour, 45. In St. George, 60 degrees.
You're listening to Utah's New News with Maria Chaleos
on KSL News Radio.
102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good afternoon. KSL News Time, 1230. KSL's top story this hour. Today marks the launch of a new sexual assault helpline focused on supporting American Indian women. KSL News Radio's Eric Cabrera has details.
Restoring Ancestral Winds held the meeting in Taylorsville to announce the new Sexual Assault and Domestic Violence Helpline just in time for Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
American Indian female victims are more likely to need services, but they are less likely to have access to those services,
said Yolanda Francisco with Restoring Ancestral Winds. Representative Angela Romero spoke at the announcement and spoke about the lack of trust between victims and the authorities.
And because of that lack of trust, people aren't reporting, or if they do report, they don't feel like they'll be believed.
Romero pointed out the helpline employs culturally sensitive operators who understand the needs of their community. Eric Cabrera, KSL News Radio.
We could have a jury set and ready to go for Chad Daybell's trial as soon as today. This means opening statements could start as soon as tomorrow. KSL legal analyst Greg Skorda says he expects there to be some similarities between Lori's and Chad's defense strategies.
Chad's going to have to distance himself as much as possible from Lori, make her out to be the one who was the more involved in the case, the more active in the case, really the one that was making the decision.
And that jury has now been seated. Chad is facing multiple counts of murder in conspiracy within the deaths of his late wife and his current wife's two youngest kids. He faces the death penalty if convicted. As the 194th Annual General Conference of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints drew to a close, President Russell M. Nelson announced 15 new temples, including one in Lehi and one in West Jordan.
In Sunday morning session, President Dallin H. Oaks, first counselor in the First Presidency in Covenants and Responsibilities, explains the reason behind construction of temples around the world.
Their purpose is to bless the covenant children of God with temple worship and with the sacred responsibilities and powers and unique blessings of being bound to Christ they receive by covenant.
A full list of new temple locations can be found on our website at kslnewsradio.com. Mark Jackson, KSL News Radio.
Current and new leaders of the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints took part in the annual 194th General Conference. KSL News Radio's Michael Commit has more.
President Russell M. Nelson gave a recorded talk about the blessings that members of the church can have if they attend the temple on Sunday. New leaders of the church were also called and sustained, including Elder Edward Dubé. He's now the first black member of the church to serve on the presidency of the 70.
3 other church leaders were called to serve in the presidency. KSL's top national stories. Israeli Defense Forces are withdrawing ground troops from southern Gaza in preparation for future operations, including an expected ground offensive into Rafah. Israel is leaving the southern city of Khan Yunis after the IDF says Hamas ceased to exist as a military framework there. The city and surrounding areas have been largely destroyed, but Israel will keep some troops back to maintain order in the area. Actor Jonathan Majors is being sentenced in a domestic violence case involving his ex-girlfriend.
No jail time, but domestic violence and mental health counseling, plus a 52-week batterers intervention program for Hollywood actor Jonathan Majors. His sentencing in a New York City courtroom also included an order to stay away from the victim, his ex-girlfriend Grace Jabari. The 34-year-old actor was convicted in December of misdemeanor third-degree assault and second-degree harassment stemming from a March 2023 altercation with Jabari in an SUV in Manhattan. At his sentencing, the judge decided jail is not necessary for Majors as he appeared in court with his new girlfriend, actress Megan Good. Derek Dennis, ABC News, New York.
The total eclipse is now happening in Texas. Let's listen into CNN for just a moment to their coverage.
And you can hear the oohs and ahs here in Kerrville, Texas, as totality is happening. There is complete darkness at the moment. As I look up, I don't see anything because of the cloud cover. But if those clouds were to part just for a second, I'm sure we would see full totality at this point in time because it is completely dark here in Kerrville. The temperature has definitely dropped. There is a light, cool breeze, and it just gives you the chills to experience this here in person, knowing that it is 1:34 p.m. local time, and there is complete darkness in Kerrville, Texas.
First look traffic, Ricky Meese. We have a lot of cloud cover here in Salt Lake City, but it does look darker outside, even though we only have 50% of that coverage of the sun.
Well, just be careful for all the stargazers out there. We don't want, like, you know that scene in Indiana Jones where the guy's face melts off? We don't want that.
None of that.
None of that, no. Well, for those who are traveling the Valley Freeways, you're good to go. We do have a crash in Wasatch County at southbound Highway 189 by Deer Creek. Doesn't seem to be causing a problem. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 12:35.
Join your friends who rely on KSL each morning for the fastest routes to work and school.
I like traffic on the 9s.
So I need to get the kids up earlier so that my son isn't driving quickly in a snowstorm.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s.
On KSL News Radio.
Temperatures are finally warming up this week, which is a good reminder that summer and vacation season will be here before we know it. If you've been wanting to trim down this year, you still have time to make a big difference in the way you look and feel this summer season. With the help of Salt Lake City Fat Loss, I was able to lose 25 pounds in 60 days. That's 3 dress sizes. I lost the weight eating a healthy combination of foods. Salt Lake City Fat Loss has designed a meal plan for me, which is easy to follow. It's easy for me to stick with because those pounds drop off so quickly. Now, there are no expensive prepackaged meals, no surgery, no injections. There's just an easy-to-follow meal plan. Check it out for yourself. Just go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation. You can do it in person or virtually. And right now, they are offering an extra incentive. When you call, you mention my name, Maria sent you, you will get a $200 discount, but that's only for a limited time. Call 801-450-1882 or go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Do you find it exhausting getting up from your favorite chair every day? Say goodbye to discomfort and hello to a world of ease. Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent with Alpine Home Medical.
and you have so many options when buying a lift chair. For the highest quality, always come to Alpine. Our lift chairs are more than just furniture. They're your ticket to independence and relaxation. Plus, with our spring savings event, we've just marked down some of our chairs that are ready for you to take home. With an unbelievable warranty, you can shop with confidence knowing your comfort is our priority. So stop by any of our 11 locations today and explore our high-quality inventory, or visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Does your business struggle with ISO, SOC 2, HIPAA, CMMC, NIST, or other compliance? Register now for the WebCheckSecurity.com Cyber Summit. That's WebCheckSecurity.com.
Thank you for joining us for Utah's Noon News, recapping our top local story. Starting today, a new American Indian sexual assault and domestic violence helpline will be operating. It will be equipped with culturally sensitive and trained operators who understand the needs of the Native American community. A 23-year-old snowboarder is lucky to be alive after search and rescue crews found him in a remote part of Powder Mountain. Weber County crews responded to the call after the man wandered off the property during a weekend storm. The man ended up in the Middle Fork drainage when he ran out of snow. Now, crews were able to follow his tracks and bring him to safety. A popular West Side road in Salt Lake City is getting a makeover. KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla reports.
The 600 North stretch of road could be getting some safety improvements. The city released the plans last week, which stretch from Redwood Road to 800 West. It includes new bike lanes separated from the road, plus shady landscaping, enhanced crosswalks with flashing lights, and medians and extended curbs to discourage speeding. The city hopes it will improve walkability, joining the sidewalk and bike lanes to the pedestrian bridge over the 300 North train tracks. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
Folks in Texas this hour experiencing totality of the eclipse of the sun. Let's listen in for a second. This coming to us from Dallas, Texas on CNN.
Yeah, but the elephants, they said they're being a lot more active during this time.
It's happening at the zoo. They're covering it from the zoo
and
there.
Ostrich, and then the ostrich who laid the egg right as things were starting as well.
Hold on real quickly. I forgot to tell you guys the best part. Literally seconds ago, right before we came on the air, if you look between those two tree trunks, there was an ostrich that laid an egg. And the ostrich was kind of standing over the egg for a moment, and she's kind of gone off elsewhere. I don't know where she went. I've lost track of her. Look, I can't tell you if she laid the egg at this particular time because of the eclipse or what the deal might be, but even the zoo folks here were kind of curious about the timing of it all, considering
and again, CNN reporting from the Dallas Zoo. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Ricky Meese.
For those who are traveling the Valley freeways, traffic is light and moving very well. No accidents, no delays. Our main secondaries are also in really good shape. We did have one accident reported, and this is in Wasatch County by Deer Creek Reservoir southbound on Highway 189, but it doesn't seem to be affecting traffic at all. It's near the Charleston area. Rekindle adventure in a place everyone connects with nature. Cedar City, Bryan Head. Shopping, dining, museums, spring skiing, tubing, hiking, biking, disc golf, and much more. Level up your adventure. Visit cedarcity.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Still dealing with some of that cool air found over the weekend. We'll top out at 52 today, partly cloudy skies. Overnight, dipping off to 34, mostly clear. Tomorrow, we bump up to 58. High pressure continues to build in from the Pacific. We'll go 63 sunny skies by Wednesday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, mostly cloudy, 45 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. We should be at the peak for what we are going to see of the eclipse of the sun. Hopefully you're somewhere where there isn't all this cloud cover. Here in downtown Salt Lake, we have a lot of clouds right now. Coming up on Utah's Noon News, we now have a jury in the trial of Chad Daybell. We'll hear more from KSL News Radio's Becky Bruce in just a few minutes. That's next, streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We are Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling Zerorez. Dust, dander, and bacteria are living and breeding in your carpet, upholstery, air ducts, and more with nowhere to go. The spring season allergens such as pollen are coming out of hibernation ready to invade your home. Check out the 3,300 raving customer reviews with a 4.8 Google rating and see what the hype is all about. This month, get 3 rooms Zerorez-ified from Salt Lake's #1 carpet cleaner, starting at just $99, and they'll throw in a free hallway. Plus, take 25% off your air ducts cleaning to get that true spring cleaning feel. Call Zerorez right now, 801-288-9376, or go online to Zerorez.com and say you want the KSL special, Zerorez. Spell it backwards or forwards. It's the right way to clean.
Hey guys, do you know your T level? Revive Men's Health here in Salt Lake City is helping you take that first step toward better health and enhanced intimacy with a free testosterone level test, exam, and consultation. Plus, for this month only, qualified patients can kickstart their treatment with a free supply of ED medication. Revive's customized ED treatments can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. With both in-person and telemedicine appointments available, plus free shipping directly to you, Revive takes the hassle out of treating low T and ED. Having an optimal testosterone level can change your whole life, and it starts with knowing your T level. Take that first step and book your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation, and kickstart your treatment with a free supply of ED medication this month only. Call Revive Men's Health Salt Lake City at 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Dave and Dujanovic. One person described it like this: I like having 1,000 one-minute conversations. So often we think we've got to dive in head first and know everything before we can speak on something. No, we can have a bunch of little conversations.
There's more than one opinion, and more than one opinion or viewpoint matters. I want our listeners to walk away from the show knowing that more than one opinion is valid.
Listen for Dave and Dujanovic 9 to noon on KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time 1245. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
Utah's Tribal Coalition just launched a brand new sexual assault and domestic violence helpline that employs culturally sensitive and trained operators who understand the needs of the Native community, a community that sees 3.5 times higher rates of violence than all other races. KSL News Radio's Eric Cabrera.
Second, the suspect in last night's track shooting has turned himself into custody. The UTA says the suspect is a minor and will not be releasing any other information about them. Third, traffic and weather together. Ricky?
Good speeds, no problems. That's on the Valley freeways, including I-15 in Weber, Davis, Salt Lake, and Utah counties. And our main secondaries, even our side streets, are seeing a nice and quiet drive. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
50s today, turn to 70s later this week. I'm Matt Johnson.
It's 45 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Time for KSL's top national stories.
This is a special report from ABC News, the total eclipse. I'm Daria Albinger. Put your glasses on, Texas. You're the first ones in America to see this once-in-a-generation event. ABC's Jim Ryan in Hillsborough.
They've come here from all over the world to share in the experience of watching the moon pass in front of the sun. Tiffany Lohman and her family loaded up their motorhome and drove 20 hours from Utah.
It's just family time that you can't get back, all the memories that you're making on the road.
The Lohmans were among 30,000 who reserved campsites in Texas state parks in the path of totality. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Hillsborough, Texas.
Kerrville, Austin, and Killeen, Texas are about to see it. Dallas getting a first glimpse as well. Fort Worth among the events to mark the eclipse. Hundreds of couples who are going to get married soon in Russellville, Arkansas. And if you're not in the path of totality, well, you may experience a partial eclipse, which is also pretty cool. This is ABC News.
Time for the KSL In-Depth. The jury in the trial of Chad Daybell has been selected. KSL News Radio's Becky Bruce has been following the updates, joins me now live. So, Becky, this moved a lot faster than we expected.
Yeah, we were told by several legal analysts, including our own KSL's
Greg Skordas, a defense attorney and former prosecutor here in town, that the process to select a jury could take up to 2 weeks because this is a death penalty case. And there are some complicating factors that go along with seating a jury when you're talking about the death penalty on the line. Number one, it's not just about whether the jury has formed an opinion, but whether they have strong opinions about the death penalty and whether they're willing to set those opinions aside and follow the jury instructions, which include to decide this case on the merits of death penalty. And the jury actually does the sentencing. In a death penalty case, that's not the judge's job. It's the jury's job. So you want to make sure that you have a jury that's open-minded enough to set aside how they personally feel about it and decide that case on its merits according to the rules as laid out for them. Another thing that we expected to make it take a little bit longer is just the intense amount of pre-trial publicity involved here in Chad Daybell's case. Most people were familiar with Lori Vallow Daybell's case almost exactly a year ago to the day, so the odds are good they've heard about this one. So the standard isn't so much, have you heard about the case? It's, can you set aside what you've heard about the case and make your decision based only on the evidence that you're going to hear in these next 10 weeks.
It's also interesting to note that they didn't have to just pick a jury. They had to pick alternates as well in case these guys don't work out.
Right. So it's a total of 18 jurors. 12 of them will be considered the main jury, and then 6 would be alternates. That's similar to what happened a year ago with Lori's case. And in a case like this where you know at the outset it's going to take longer, 10 weeks is a pretty long trial for any case, but the death penalty again is a deciding factor here. You want to make sure that you've got some backup so that if somebody has a family emergency or who knows what might happen in those 10 weeks that could affect their availability, you want to make sure you've got some backup there in place.
Okay, does it look like the opening arguments are going to begin tomorrow?
No, and that was kind of a curveball. The judge told the jury to report back at 8:30 on Wednesday morning. So it looks like they're giving themselves a day off. We don't really know why. He didn't really explain why. I don't really see a good reason why they couldn't start tomorrow, to be honest with you. The only thing I can think of is they just want to give people a chance to settle in and get in place and, call the witnesses that'll be up. But it looks like at this point we'll be looking at Wednesday morning for the official opening statements.
Lori Vallow's case got a lot of attention. Our listeners are pretty familiar with her case and how it went down. How is this case going to be different than what we heard before?
Yeah, that's a great question. A number of ways. Number one, Lori's case was not allowed to be streamed. This one is, although today's jury selection process wasn't streamed, which was kind of odd. So we will be able to watch this happen on video from the courtroom in a way that we weren't able to do with Lori Vallow Daybell's trial. We had to rely on court sketch artists and the like. It also means because it's streaming, there's actually less access to the courtroom itself than there was when Lori was on trial a year ago. They had an overflow room set up for members of the media to reserve seats. This year, there's no overflow room because they figure if you can't get in the courtroom, you can just watch online with everybody else.
Right. All right, Becky, thanks. And again, those opening statements will begin on Wednesday. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Ricky Meese.
Right now, I'm looking at a new accident. This is in Ogden, so heads up, Weber County drivers. This is at the merge and intersection of Washington Boulevard at 2nd Street, which is also Harrisville Road. And Highway 89 is not too far away from this either. Now, the fire truck is just now pulling away, but we still have the cleanup that continues. So watch for emergency crews on the scene there. No major backups, but you need to use a little bit of caution. The rest of your Valley freeways and main secondaries are looking at a nice drive. Beat the spring cleaning rush and call Zero Res. Get 3 rooms plus a hallway, zero resified for $99. Visit ZeroRes.com and book your appointment today. Zero Res. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast has a mainly dry and beautiful week ahead, folks. Partly cloudy today with a high of 52. You might see a couple of showers in the mountains. 58 tomorrow, mostly sunny skies. 63, the warm-up continues Wednesday with sunny skies. Up to 71 Thursday. Partly cloudy Friday, 76 degrees. Down to 70, partly cloudy on Saturday, and then maybe some more clouds, a potential shower. Just keeping it cloudy, though, for your Sunday for now, with a high of 66. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Mostly cloudy in downtown Salt Lake City, 45 degrees. 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Taking a quick peek at the markets at this hour. Well, the Dow and the S&P just barely in positive territory. A complete update of your money news coming up next.
Every year, we seem to have a few people trying to get our free furnace promotion after the sale has ended. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and I know you want to save as much money as you can, but that's not how sales work. When they're over, they're over. Lucky for you, we still have a few more spots on our schedule we need to fill, so I'm extending the sale, but I'm not quite sure for how much longer. Definitely no later than April 30th, and once I think our schedule's full enough, I gotta pull these ads, so don't wait too long to call and schedule your free estimate. Just to recap, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. So if your furnace and air conditioner are ready to be replaced, don't be one of those people that wishes they had called and taken advantage of our free furnace sale. The estimate's free, and we'll make sure you have all of the information you need to decide if our free furnace sale is right for you. If you think you might be interested, call Any Hour Services at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
It's springtime in the Rockies, and it's time to apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment. A Revive treatment with fertilization, aeration, and good watering is the key to building stronger roots for a healthy, lush green lawn. Revive fertilizes and moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. Take advantage of spring storms with an application of Revive now. Protect yourself from drought later this summer and skyrocketing water costs. With Revive, if you water 2 times a week, it's like watering 4. Apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment today. It works.
Common Spirit Health. Hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advance healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Healthcare with human kindness is here. Hello, human kindness.
KSL News Time 12:54. A slippery situation in Oregon that could have gone terribly wrong. A truck carrying more than 100,000 salmon crashed and overturned. KSL News Radio's Heather Peterson has the story.
The salmon were being transported to the Imnaha River to replenish the populations there, but the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife says the plan was thwarted when the 53-foot truck took a sharp corner and turned over on its side. 25,000 fish died because of the accident, but in a lucky turn of events, the truck had spilled over close to a creek. About 77,000 salmon made it to the creek and are expected to return in future years to spawn. Heather Peterson, KSL News Radio.
Watching Utah's Money Tax Day, April 15th, is now just a week away. And if you've paid this year in cryptocurrency, you'll have to report that on your taxes. If you were paid this year in cryptocurrency. Now, there are still some questions surrounding the rules for tax reporting, calculations needed for it this year, but Crypto Tax Advisory from TaxBuilt says it's better to just be upfront and honest with the IRS this go around. Gas prices continue to surge at the pump. The average price of a gallon of gas this morning in Utah, $3.87. That's about 25 cents, 25% higher than the national average. Experts believe the price will continue to go up with the rising demand. Shake Shack appears to have been talking smack about Chick-fil-A. Fast food company announced a free chicken sandwich for every Sunday in the month of April, saying that they pride themselves on their Chicken Shack, which is available 7 days a week. Shake Shack also pointed to their antibiotic-free chicken just 2 weeks after Chick-fil-A announced it would now allow certain antibiotics in its products. Taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow up by 21 points, sitting at 38,925. S&P up by 5. The NASDAQ up by 23 points. One of the nation's largest ultra-low-cost airlines is making moves amid financial problems.
Both JetBlue and Spirit have been signaling financial strains after a merger between the two fell apart. Now Spirit, which has not been profitable since before the pandemic, says it will furlough about 260 pilots and is telling Airbus it will hold off on new plane deliveries with the goal of boosting liquidity. Spirit CEO says the moves are needed to ensure a strong future for the airline. The pilot furloughs will take effect in September. Alex Stone, ABC News.
This joyful sound is the No More Chemo bell at Intermountain Health St. George Hospital.
and it means that Sarah Parker beat cancer. It also means her doctor spotted it early enough to treat, and that her oncologist helped her fight it every step of the way. It means that her nurse helped her keep track of medicines, and that a case manager made the whole experience just a little bit easier. Every time we hear that bell, it reminds us that all things are possible when we work together. It reminds us of the power of we. Intermountain Health.
If there's a problem during your siding, gutter, or window installation project, most contractors will try to hide it, ignore it, or blame someone else. It's called passing the buck or turning a blind eye, or my favorite, finger pointing. My question is, where is the accountability? Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and look, sometimes problems just happen, no matter who you hire. Maybe the wrong color siding gets delivered, despite the order being placed perfectly. Or maybe a downspout gets cut short. Honestly, it could be anything. At RGS Exteriors, mistakes are rare. But if something goes wrong, I can absolutely, positively, 100% guarantee you we'll never hide it, and we'll never pass the buck. We'll make certain everything turns out right for you. That's people over profits. That's the RGS Exteriors way. For a free estimate on siding, gutters, or windows, call 801-280-3110, rgsexteriors.com, rgsexteriors.com.
KSL offers the best daily newsletter in the state. It's the 3 things you need to know. Every weekday, we deliver quality and relevant content to your inbox. No ads, no spam, just the 3 things you need to know to be informed about the world around you. Subscribe today. Visit KSLNewsRadio.com or text the word inbox to 57500. That's inbox to 57500.
Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. What's happening, Ricky?
Well, the crash has already been cleared in Ogden at Washington Boulevard and 2nd Street. That's also Harrison Boulevard. Valley Freeway traffic rolling along, so we're wrapping up our noon hour on a quiet note. Plan your special evening out in one of Salt Lake's most unique dining, 5 Alls in Foothill. 5 courses, 5-star service and dining. 5alls.com, 5alls.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Taking a look at the forecast for the Wasatch Front, the high today, 52 degrees, but the temperature slowly climbing throughout the week. Tomorrow, a high of 58, 63 on Wednesday. Looks like Thursday and Friday in the 70s, 71 on Thursday, 76 degrees on Friday. And then things starting to turn again on Saturday. Why are our weekends always a little stormy? Looks like a 30% chance of showers this Saturday, but the high still 70 degrees. Right now in downtown Salt Lake City, partly cloudy, 45 degrees.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 1 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top story this hour. A court in Boise has now selected a jury in the case of Chad Daybell, who's accused of murder in the death of his wife Tammy and 2 of the children of his second wife. 12 jurors and 6 alternates were chosen after final challenges this morning. One prospective juror didn't show up. Another was dismissed because she doesn't live in Ada County, where the trial is taking place. Opening arguments in the case could begin as soon as tomorrow. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. 350 couples signed up for a mass wedding planned for the moment just before the peak of today's solar eclipse in Russellville, Arkansas. ABC's Maggie Rulli has more.
For $100 a person, you get everything you need for a wedding. You got a celestial-themed wedding cake. They're ready for a big toast. Brides and grooms, they can come here with volunteers from the Arkansas Beauty College. They're getting their nails done, their hair done, their makeup done. You get an officiant and a ceremony because, yes, these are real legal marriages.
And your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average and the NASDAQ both up, but just by a bit today. And our KSL weather, the clouds will eventually disappear and the sun will come out. It'll warm up. That's next. KSL News Time 101.
You know what's great about KSL's traffic coverage? Trained traffic reporters and real listeners.
Trading information and making the commute